welcome to this morning's executive. It's the first of the year, so I do hope everybody had a good festive break and are now raring to go for the new year, and are managing to stay safe in the new life that we're living in with the pandemic. I do have one apology this morning, and that's from one of my colleagues, Councillor David Alexander, who's not able to join us this morning. David's recovering from surgery. Progress is going well, and he's asked me to pass on his best wishes to everybody and to thank everybody for their contacts over the Christmas period and their good wishes as well. If we can move on, are there any declarations of interest? No. Just I want to acknowledge that we do have some additional members, additional folks from the community joining us today for a deputation for item 6. They are very welcome to join us, and hopefully we'll get to your item fairly swiftly, and we'll look forward to hearing from you. I will have to go through a formal process of asking members around the deputation, but it's give you assurance that it's something we're usually very open to. We have the minute of the meeting held on the 30th of November, and they're pages 4 to 7 in your agenda. Is there anything on those particular minutes, or are we happy to agree?
Agree.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Item 4 is a rolling action log, and we have it before us. There are a number of updates. It looks as if we're going to have a busy March with the number of reports that are coming back. But is there anything in particular that anybody would wish to raise in relation to the rolling action log? No, we're happy to accept. Yep.
Yep. Agreed.
Thank you, colleagues. And the next item is indeed item item 5, which is the referral from the Partnership Forum. And I think, is it Karen, are you going to take this item? Thank you.
Yes, I am. Thanks, Convener. Convener, this report contains a number of documents relating to our workforce. All of the documents being presented to the Executive today have been agreed with trade union colleagues and also agreed for submission to members today for you to consider them. It's a fairly lengthy report, and I'll try and take you through this as briefly as I can. The first 3 documents in your pack are policies which have been updated for implementation. Starting on page 28 of your pack of papers, you will see a summary of the 3 policies, and there's the Learning and Development Policy, which has some amendments incorporating our Good Conversations guidance into the policy, and that provides a framework for a constructive discussion on performance with employees, looking at their performance over the past year together with their personal development activities for the forthcoming year, as well as their objectives. We've also incorporated the Council's values of being responsive, innovative, trusted and ambitious into the policy. The Managing Sickness Absence Policy has also been amended to incorporate some minor recommendations which were made during an audit of absence management, and these include updating references to the new IT system that we are using, as well as guidance on how to calculate leave for any employee who's off on sick leave, particularly for long term. There's also some recommendations and changes in it about making and recording contact with employees who are off on sick leave. The retirement policy has, for non-teaching employees, has also been amended. At the moment, so the retirement policy requires employees who have taken flexible retirement to resign after 5 years. The changes to the policy remove this requirement, and there's no longer a restriction on the time limit that employees can work for. On page 105 of your papers, you will see that we've also presented a new menopause policy, and this is aimed at supporting employees who are going through the menopause. It sets out the impact of the menopause, and it also recognises that the impact of this can be very different for each individual. It provides guidance to managers on the support that they could consider offering to employees to support their well-being throughout this period. Subject to members agreeing this today, we will also look at training that could be provided to managers to support the implementation, recognising that these discussions may well be difficult for some to have. So it's about how do we make sure that we can support everyone in having those conversations and providing the right support in place. At Appendix 3 of your pack, page 111, we have provided an update on the partnership agreement with the trade unions. And this supplements previous partnership agreements by adding clarity on the roles and the responsibilities of both managers and trade unions and how they work in partnership. It also recognises the trade union's role in the Council of the Future workstream boards. If, again, this is agreed for implementation, we have discussed with the trade unions the option of joint training, which would be undertaken by both HR and the trade unions and provided to both managers and shop stewards to help them better understand the importance of working in partnership and the consequences of not doing that, so that we get this as right as we can. At Appendix 4 of the referral from the Corporate Partnership Forum, page 127, we've also provided an update on the local government pension scheme discretions. Now, the only change being proposed to the discretions is to recognise the new additional voluntary contribution scheme, which is for employees to make to their pension on a shared cost basis. Pension discretion has been updated to take account of that change, and employees can access that benefit by making a salary sacrifice, but we just need to recognise that within our pension discretion policy. That's the only change that's being made there. The final two reports in the PAC convener, the first of which is on page 139, provides members with an update on the costs and savings from voluntary severance. And within that report, you'll see the most recent year of 2020-2021, where it shows that we've had 21 voluntary severances with a cost of circa 840,000, resulting in net savings over 5 years of 2.4 million. Details are also provided in that report of the number of ill health retirements over the past year. The final update, which is actually in the main report itself on page 25 at paragraph 5.6, updates members on the proposed application for the Breastfeeding Friendly Scotland scheme, which was previously agreed by members. This scheme is currently being updated, so we've been unable to progress the application for the scheme. So it's really just an update for members to let you know this. We will progress with that as soon as we can, and we'll provide members with an update when that's relevant. It is worth highlighting, however, that that doesn't in any way change the Council's commitment to promoting and encouraging breastfeeding in the workplace. The implications convener are set out in paragraph 3.1 of the report in terms of climate change, where we note there are no material implications, and also in section 7, which provides a normal range of implications on which I'll be happy to take any questions. The recommendations convener are set out in paragraph 2.1. I do appreciate that's been a lengthy report, convener, and as I said at the start, all of the papers being presented today have been agreed for submission to you today with the trade unions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. And while I appreciate there's a lot of policies in front of members here today, I think much of them are updates, and it's right that we do that on a regular basis, and it's given an opportunity to update in a way that reflects the changing environment as we go forward as well, particularly embracing more flexible working and indeed dealing with some of the impacts, I think, around COVID as well. So we have before us the update in the learning and development policy. Managing sickness absence policy is really helpful in developing modelling, particularly for future workforce, and identifying areas of pressure as well, so that as an organisation we can manage that, and we are not seen as putting pressure on those who are unwell and can't attend work, but we can still manage our business. And the retirement policy has been before us already, and there was a request to have that paused in order for further discussions with the trade union. That's taken place, and that's been a really good piece of work to get to a final conclusion on that. I am really pleased today that as part of our duty of care to the health and wellbeing of our staff, that we can present and implement a menopause policy, and just recognising that at certain times in an employee's life they may experience wellbeing issues that are out with their control. We want to create an environment where they feel confident and able to discuss their wellbeing, physical, psychological difficulties with colleagues, and in particular their managers, so that they can be provided with support in a sensitive manner, enabling flexibility, making reasonable adjustments, and including around their working environment. As Karen has highlighted, that it's going to be important to ensure that the programme includes appropriate training for managers and indeed peers, so that there's a greater understanding for this policy to truly be effective. And also I would ask that we look at how feedback can be obtained on that, and as we move forward, perhaps as part of the biannual staff survey could be included. But I'm very pleased to see this come forward and to help and protect and support our staff, and I hope that members will support that. It's been stalled, and the partnership agreement's been stalled particularly because of the pandemic, but now that we have got to a point where we've got an agreement with our trade unions, particularly updating the governance arrangements and the roles and responsibilities. I thank our trade unions for the work that they have done on that, and their support to being part of our transformational board going forward, because their input is going to be critical to the success of that transformational programme. The other areas mentioned around the voluntary service scheme, that's giving individuals flexibility in looking at their lifetime decisions. Similarly, the severance, we have seen people as a result of the current couple of years look at their futures and are choosing what they want to do in the future, and as a result we have seen people come forward for voluntary severance. It enables opportunities around transformation of services as well, and as we do have a predominantly older workforce in particular areas, it can help to be able to make that transition, but we must remember voluntary service is an individual's choice and not something that we're imposing. Breastfeeding scheme, and looking forward to the changes that are coming there. I think you're absolutely right that we have no less commitment to that, and hope that those the guidance etc that comes forward forward fairly swiftly, and that is not seen as a barrier to people choosing to return to work, and being able to care for their children, their young children in that. So on that, I am happy to move the recommendations that we accept all of those policies as in section 2.1 of the report. And I'll go to Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Convener. This report highlights a number of policies which have been revised with changes, new policy initiatives and updated schemes. The report also highlights financial, resource, legal and equality implications. We should recognise that employees, services and trade unions have been consulted on the policies, comments considered and changes made where appropriate. Appendix 3, page 111, informs us of the Falkirk Council Partnership Agreement, an employee relations framework which has as its core approach partnership and collaboration. This approach is considered the best means by which sustainable change and improvement can be delivered. This document charts a way forward in relation to policy improvement, and I am happy to second the motion and recommend that committee accepts the recommendations as set out in 2.1 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I will now open it up for questions or comments from members. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. I'm going to focus on one part, and I'd like to thank Tracy and Karen for bringing forward the menopause policy. As recent experience in council on another committee, it came to the fore. And I'm sure Tracy and Karen will tell you I've been pestering them about it since then. And I know it's taken a lot of work because it's not an easy policy to get right, but when you actually look at things like menopause matters and things like that, the policy not only matches what they do, it seems to exceed it, and for that, Karen, I genuinely thank you. It's a good policy to have in. It also puts us at the forefront because I don't think there's enough businesses, and I don't think all councils have a menopause policy. So I'm just going to add repeat my thanks. I thank you and Tracy, because I know both of you worked hard on this.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. Just a question. I'm just wondering, Karen, what has been the impact on the sick absence figures with all the home working that's currently ongoing?
Okay, Karen.
Yeah, Convener, through yourself. Our sickness absence across the board has gone up slightly, Councillor Nimmo, but it's not necessarily because of the home working per se. I'd be happy to provide you with some additional information on the various sickness absence arrangements. In the main, our two highest areas, one is actually musculoskeletal well-being, so that's not about necessarily working from home. We're seeing that in a lot of our frontline services as much as working from home. And we are also seeing mental health as being one of the other areas, again, not just working from home. That's about a lot of our frontline services, and it's inevitable, I think, over the last 2 years of the pressures that a lot of our frontline has been under. Now we're saying that we're putting a lot of wellbeing support in place to try and help with both of these areas. There was also a discussion at the wellbeing group, which the Chief Executive chairs last week, just around how we can further provide support for both of these areas. And it's clearly an area that we have to focus on as we go forward and continue to provide the good support that we are. I hope that helps answer your questions. I'm happy to provide you with detailed stats if that would be of assistance.
Yeah, that would be great, Karen. Thanks very much. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Alan. Any other member with any questions or comments? Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. I certainly welcome these revised policies. I think they're dynamic, and it's good that they've been refreshed, and the consultation with the unions is more than welcome. And my ask might be that have a heads up prior to them coming to such as the executive, maybe a conversation I can have with Karen about that. I'd just like to say in particular how we welcome the menopause policy. That's something that we've been talking about for a long time, and the devastating effect it can have on women's lives is unbelievable. I've seen it in my own wife and 4 sisters that I've got, and it really is life-changing, and I'm so glad to see this as an individual policy. I've had dialogue with Karen about it, and I didn't particularly want to see it as sort of part of the wellbeing policy. I want to see it as a separate policy, and I'm glad we've done that. And as Councillor Bowes says, it goes a bit further than expected, and I think that's so important. And I'll be glad to see this implemented and the support for women when they're really struggling. And I can't stress enough. I think I've seen enough about it to understand the difficulties that's faced, and it's just such a comfort to see that in there. So more than welcome that in there, and welcome the other policies as well. So we're happy to agree the recommendations and to have seen them refreshed. So I'd just like to thank everyone involved in the collaboration to getting to this point. And as I said, have a conversation with Karen about perhaps having early sight of them in the future. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bissett. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. I'll be quick. We also support the changes and the policies. I'd just like to thank Karen and the team who done the due diligence on this. That's it. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr. Okay, I see no other requests to speak. Therefore, are we happy to agree recommendations, colleagues?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you for that. We move on now to item 6, which is implementation of the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. I firstly have to ask committee if they are content to hear our deputation.
Agreed.
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 Yes.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you for that. We would normally hear the deputation prior to hearing officers. So I will hand over to, I think it's Dr. Dyer, who's going to be the main spokesperson. He does have a number of colleagues on the call as well, who can supplement if there's anything that's missed. But I'll ask Dr. Dyer just to present to the committee.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Meikle-John. Yes, so I'm just going to speak, and then if, as Councillor Meikle-John said, if there is anything that I've missed out, I would, well, we can maybe invite my colleagues to comment, and if there are any questions, they will deal with them. So if I can introduce the other 3 members of our committee: Fiona McCart, Elaine Petrie, and Alan Roger, who are on the screen somewhere. I think that Jack Frawley says that he's already sent you a document that we prepared in advance, so that sort of tells you a little bit about you know, who we are and what you know, what we're here for. We represent more than 50 residents of the area around the road junction that involves where Gartcows Road, where Major's Loan comes up from the hospital, and Drossy Road. And this is a junction that has had a long history of accidents. Speaking to one of the, I think probably the kind of the oldest resident of this area, she has documentation going back 30 years to concerns about this junction and the area around here. Because of the configuration of the roads, it's an awkward junction, poor visibility, on a sort of a busy bit of road, and it's also an area where there are, you know, it's a route that people use for walking and cycling and so on from the station into the town. It's near to Cumberley Park Primary School, so children are being taken to and from school, and there are narrow pavements, and as I say, there have been a number of accidents. Now, fortunately, these have been mostly involving damage to property and vehicles. There has been one associated death over the last few years, but so that's, you know, that's good. But, you know, sooner or later, I think there are going to be more fatalities if nothing further is done. And anyway, I think that what I would say is that we do welcome some changes that have already been made. That there are now speed actuated signs in both directions on Gartcows Road, and that's great to see that. But our kind of aim as a group, and as I say, we do represent a lot of people. We all, the 4 of us, all live very close to this junction, and we have been in communication with a lot of people living in this area who are very supportive of this. But our primary aim at the moment is to that we would like to see that a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit involving this area. Now, I think that that's that's at the sort of our kind of immediate and narrow focus, but I think I would like to sort of widen that out a bit. And certainly we welcome and we're very interested to read Dorothy Reed's paper on the implementation of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. I think that we're all aware from when we've sort of driven around to other places or walked or cycled in other areas that, for example, in Linlithgow and Edinburgh, there are quite big areas that have 20-mile-an-hour limits in place or 20-mile-an-hour zones. And I'm kind of aware that there is a difference between the two things. And that's, I don't think that's not really a matter for us. That's for the kind of the expert road engineers to deal with. But I think that one thing that I did sort of pick up particularly from the from this document was the fact that there are some measures, for example, speed bump, that put it this way, that our aim should be, or the aim should be, to encourage slower, smooth driving. And one problem with things like speed bumps is that they tend to make people slow down, then speed up, then slow down, and that leads to more pollution and kind of worsening of the sort of environmental impact. So I think that obviously I appreciate that these are things that are being considered. So we would certainly support the proposal of 20-mile-an-hour limits in Falkirk town centre and in other areas and villages and towns round about. We would certainly, and we were interested particularly in phase 2 in the document, which is about consultation and considering of 20-mile-an-hour limits in kind of the residential areas sort of further out. So I think that we would certainly want to support these proposals, and we feel that obviously there is going to be some opposition from some people, but in general we get a strong feeling that there is actually support and growing support among the population, certainly in the area where we live. We would certainly like to have, we would like to seek assurances that when it comes to the consultation process and engagement with the public, that we will be involved in that, and we're very happy to kind of put ourselves forward to have discussions and so on about this. I think that's really all I wanted to say. Would it be okay to maybe ask Fiona, Elaine, and Alan if any of them have anything that I've missed out?
Yes, I'm happy to hear from any of your colleagues if there's anything they wish to add. Is anybody?
Okay, it's
Mr. Roger.
Alan, just to reinforce what Dr. Dyer has said. We campaigned this neighbourhood for many decades for this strategy, so we really welcome it, and we think we've made a strong case for the introduction of these limits in our area, and we remain very hopeful because we can see the introduction of these areas in very comparable areas across the country. That's all I would wish to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roger. Fiona?
Sorry, I've not found the hand thing. I would just like to, just to support that really, and from a very kind of practical point of view, the experience of that's really recent for me is walking along the road with a pram. When it's windy, you need to physically go on the road. So everything that has been said, everything in the document, I fully agree with, and the experience, the voices that we hear in the community from speaking to everybody and from us more recently, relatively recently moving here, we do avoid that junction, as the rest of the residents do, and that's from an experience point of view. So if you, it's just, hearing our voices that from an experience point of view, the people that live in this area, we do notice it as a dangerous junction and do avoid it. And that's why, because it is a route to school, it is a route that, people go into town, and from the train station, then if you're walking with a pram, if you're walking with a child, if you have a wheel, you know, if you're a wheelchair user or walking with somebody that is in a wheelchair, it is not accessible at all. And when you have cars going past you, yes, you know, it would feel a lot safer if they were going slower rather than zooming past. So it's just more from a kind of practical point of view and experience of the residents. And we'd be welcome any questions or anything that people have to voice on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Elaine, do you have anything you wish to add?
Thank you, Convener. Very little to add. I think the others have expressed it clearly. I would say that because of the access to the station and the canal, improving the walking and cycling environment would have benefit for the wider community as well as the residents in the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona, for that. Okay, I will now ask if there's any questions to any of our deputation colleagues from the elected members. Anything you would wish to ask them? No. Oh, Nigel?
Thanks, Convener. Just, I know that we've had the speed actuated signs put up. Have you personally, I live in the vicinity of that, but not on Garkhouse Road, I'm round the corner. But have you noticed any change in behaviour or any improvement in the situation with these speed actuated signs since they were put up about, what, 6 months ago now? Thanks, Convener.
Okay, Fiona?
They've been very welcomed in our neighbourhood, and people have noticed them and commented on them. When we're obviously, the more you kind of pay attention to the speed that you're going when you're driving along there, you see the sign go up, and when you're driving along and you're driving behind other cars, you notice that the cars are not necessarily slowing down. It does go off when you're obviously going above 20, when you're going at 30, when you're going up, you know, above 30, when you see the cars going past. So it is always on almost. But when you are driving behind other cars, I've not noticed any any slowing down. And you can see, you know, when you see your own speedometer, you can tell that there's no difference. It's noticed, and that's great. As a positive thing, you know, it's highlighting that there is a dangerous junction there. But I've not practically noticed when I've been driving along that road before we turn up that there's been any difference. I welcome other people's opinions on that, and certainly it doesn't feel that there's any difference when I, you know, walk down with a pram down to town. So yeah, I would welcome any others' practical experience as well. But it has been welcomed and everybody has noticed it.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. Mr. Roger?
Yes, I would say because where the signs have been introduced, it's a very narrow area, but you know, it's basically about 50 yards. The cars are coming hurtling towards it from both directions at high speed. And the reason we want the 20-mile-an-hour limits is because we would expand that zone. So the cars are hitting that warning sign much earlier than they currently are. So I'm not sure that the signs have been very effective.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Roger. And Joan?
Sorry, Convener. Thanks for that. First of all, before I forget, can we ask that when everybody's not speaking to switch their microphones off, because we're all getting that feedback, and I think that might help. So I was kind of struggling a wee bit, but I didn't want to interrupt the deputation to say that. The question that I was going to ask was, had they done, I know Dr. Dyer said that an elderly resident had documentation going back. Has there been any recent surveys done by the people in the neighbourhood as to speeds or anything like that? I mean, I think from where I'm sitting at the moment and reading obviously Dorothy's report, there does seem to be quite a sustainable argument for introducing it in that area, although it doesn't follow the criteria that we were using previously. I just wondered if they had any other, as I say, just a localised survey done by themselves or by anybody else.
Dr. Dyer?
Well, I think first of all, I know that the people from your roads department did put up some speed measuring equipment with sort of strips across the road near the junction, so that they were kind of so there should be figures available about the sort of average speeds and so on. I think also we have been trying to sort of make a sort of dossier of the the number and type of accidents and so on, but I think because nobody in the area in the past has been kind of actually writing down sort of dates and times and so on, it's kind of it's a little bit difficult. The police have got, we've asked the police for figures, but again they only generally keep a record of things where something more serious has happened. So, but,
yeah, we have obviously as local councillors, Airth is part of the area that I cover, and we have had the same argument for many, many years. As you say, the police are recording what they deem as extremely important isn't the same as what the locals deem, and that's why I wondered if you had your own sort of. So that may be handy. The dossier that you're keeping is just something useful to have to back up and evidence any arguments. Thanks, convener. Thanks, Dr. Dyer.
Okay, thank you. Dot, do you have any information on any recent work that's been done in this particular area?
Thanks, convener. I could perhaps respond to some of the points that Dr. Dyer's raised, if that would help. We have, first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Dyer and the deputation for raising this with us. Road safety is of paramount importance to us at Falkirk Council, and it's crucially important that we deal with road accidents and road safety problems across our network as we become aware of them. I can't say that I do know, Dr. Dyer, that you met with my predecessor, Mr. Millard, approximately 2 years ago to discuss issues such as these, and that some steps have been taken to address your concerns, these being, sorry, there's a reversing bleeper going off behind me, not sure if you can hear that, but we did take steps to, we certainly introduced the variable message signs that have been placed to indicate the proximity of the junction of Gartcowes Road and Majors Loan. We introduced advanced give way signs along with these and further slow road markings. These were all introduced last year to address the dominant accident type at that junction, which is right turning from Majors Loan into Gartcowes Road. So yes, we have taken steps to address these issues. It has been noted to me that there is limited visibility to the left, and there is an issue there with a garden hedge, and that is visibility to the left as you're leaving Majors Loan onto Gartcowes Road. So it would be helpful if you could take that back to your contacts in the area and perhaps ask for that garden hedge to be reduced in height. That would be helpful. Just in terms of the number of road traffic collisions that we have, our accident data doesn't show any fatal accidents there within the last 30 years.
I have a note of 11 slight accidents and 6 serious personal injury accidents there since 1991. But I do take on board your comments regarding damage-only accidents. These aren't recorded by Police Scotland and they don't feature when we're considering remedial measures for any particular accident site. I do agree with your position on speed bumps that you mentioned, and I can advise that these aren't being considered at this time. We do feel that these slow traffic down, and then they speed up, and there are issues there, air pollution issues from emissions from exhausts. I think, yes, there is a perception of vehicle speed being an issue here. I would need to go back and check the data that's come from the traffic surveys that were undertaken there. But if anything had come to light, I would have thought that the team would have taken steps to draw that to the attention of Police Scotland. And I don't have information on that, so perhaps I can come back to you later on that after this meeting. Thank you.
May I make a
Okay, thank you,
comment on that?
Dot. At this stage, it's really meant to be comments from or questions from members, but I will give a little bit of leeway. But obviously, we want to be able to get into the report as well, so that members can have their views. But I'll come back to yourself, Dr. Dyer, and maybe look to wind this up.
Yes, so, sorry about that. I just wanted to thanks for Dot for that. I think that just as a sort of my understanding about the fatality was that, and it may be the reason why it wasn't recorded, is that it was, I believe there was an accident involving a woman who was pregnant and she lost the baby. So technically speaking, that was counted as a fatality, but it was not kind of something that directly happened in the accident. And I think also can I just say that I think that I appreciate that, you know, accidents are important, and that was kind of what triggered off this whole sort of you know, business with our group and so on. But we're also concerned about when it comes to the 20-mile-an-hour limit, we're also concerned about matters to do with the environment, as you've mentioned, and to do with making it the area safe for pedestrians and cyclists and so on. So, you know, I think that I would rather not have too much sort of emphasis on the, you know, on the sort of accident history. It's more about just making it a better environment for people. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roger, if you can very briefly make your point.
Yeah, okay, I think Richard has covered it for me. I think that what Dot seemed to be emphasising, the accident statistics, but as I understand this, the wider strategy, it's not about accident reduction. It's largely about environmental improvement in residential areas, and the introduction in core areas initially will have nothing to do with accident statistics at all. So I think Ms. Reid needs to consider more seriously the environmental implications.
That's about improvement.
Okay, thank you for that. Can I thank the deputation for their submission to members, and thank you for coming along and speaking to the committee this morning. And you'll be interested to hear the debate ongoing, so you're very welcome to stay and listen to that. But I'm now going to go to officers to move the report, or sorry, to speak to the report, and then I'll go to members. I was remiss of me not at the beginning of the meeting to welcome our new Director of Place, Malcolm Benny. So very welcome to you today, Malcolm. He's week 2. So we're really pleased that he's come back this week, and I just give you the opportunity if there's anything you particularly wanted to say at this stage, Malcolm, before I go to Dot.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to everyone. I just wanted to echo the comments that came forward to welcome those thoughts from the Junction Improvement Group. It's so important to listen to the views of the local community, and it's something that I definitely will be taking on board as we move forward. But with your agreement, Chair, I'd like to hand over to Dot to take us through this report and the subsequent three, and obviously we can deal with any questions thereafter.
Thank you, Malcolm. Okay, Dot, do you want to take us through the report?
Yes, thanks, convener. So this paper provides members with our proposed phased approach to the introduction of 20 mph limits. Committee will be aware that the Council committed to the provision of part-time 20 mph limits at our schools and nurseries, and that these were introduced in 2007. The proposed next step is to expand areas where 20 mph limits will apply to locations where they will be of most benefit to our communities. This proposal will see 20 mph limits introduced in the majority of our main town and village centres by the end of the year, and consultation and engagement work with our communities will take place in tandem with that, relating to introducing limits in targeted residential streets and the remainder of our villages as a further phase. There will then be further rollout to other urban streets in 2023. Section 4 of the report provides some background to the rationale. Whilst the proposed phased approach is not to address any particular road safety issue, as we do that already in conjunction with Police Scotland, the Scottish Government's road safety framework seeks to reduce perceptions of road danger, encourage people to walk and cycle, and create more pleasant streets and neighbourhoods by providing a more equitable balance between different road users in our town and village centres, thereby promoting inclusivity and creating a sense of place. This proposal supports the framework, and whilst the proposed measures will help reduce perceptions of road danger, promote active and sustainable travel, and align with the Scottish Government's initiatives for placemaking and 20-minute neighbourhoods, I would stress that they're not intended to address any road safety issue that we're aware of. It is estimated that the cost of implementation of the next phase of 20 mph limits will be in the region of £140,000 to £170,000. The Council allocated £70,000 of revenue funding in 21-22 to support an initiative for 20-minute neighbourhoods. Funding is also available via the capital budget through the Cycling, Walking and Safer Streets funding stream. Additionally, the Council has received funding via the Place-Based Investment Fund to take forward initiatives in conjunction with communities that will invigorate and revitalise our places. The project is deemed to have a positive impact on the Council's climate change targets through encouraging more sustainable forms of transport, especially for short journeys, and through the promotion of placemaking, encouraging biodiversity. Next steps will be to instigate the statutory procedure to amend and promote the traffic regulation orders that will allow us to make changes. I'd be happy to take questions, convener, and David Maley, our engineering design manager, has joined the meeting to assist with any questions that may arise.
Thank you for that, Dot. And I'll go over to Councillor Garners, the portfolio holder, to speak first.
Thank you, convener, and thanks to Fiona, Elaine, Alan, and indeed Dr. Dyer for their coming forward here with their representations. And I have to say I agree with almost everything that was said by them, which is good, and it's happy to hear them actually supporting the report and getting what the report is about. It's very important that people understand that. So yes, with this in mind, I'd also like to thank, there's a few thank yous here. I'd like to thank Dot and her team for bringing this report forward, especially David Maley, who I know put a lot of work into this as well. As you can imagine, where am I here? Especially David Maley's report and the direction of the presentation brought before members last week, which I forgot about that. We had a presentation last week, which was very well attended with members, as you can imagine. there's a lot of interest generated around this, and quite rightly so. This report is about the continued growth of active and sustainable travel, recognising that the perception of urban and rural roads as being unsafe is a barrier against usage in everyday journeys. It also recognises that implementing 20-mile restrictions on those roads where it is appropriate to do so can assist in addressing any potential road safety concerns. This will encourage walkers, wheelers and cyclists, creating a sense of place. The report aligns well with the Scottish Government's initiative for 20-minute neighbourhoods. It is proposed that this phased approach will introduce 20-mile speed limits to all town centres and most village cores in Phase 1, with Phase 2 expanding restrictions to the wider road network. And the group will be happy to know that their area will be looked at, and they will be spoken to along with other community groups around the area. We will get their thoughts and take it on board. Traffic surveys will be undertaken at all streets to assess compliance with the 20-mile speed limits, and additional measures may be required to reinforce the reduced speed limit to achieve the driver behaviour change that we all desire. And I think from hearing from everybody here, I think we all do desire that. There will be a series of community engagement sessions, which I mentioned. These online meetings will comprise of a presentation providing information and reasoning behind the proposals and implementation of the 20-mile speed limits. Comments and observations from the community will be used in planning the final scope of the speed limits within an area. The infrastructure will support sustainable forms of transport, providing a safer and more considerate environment for walkers, wheelers and cyclists. Another benefit of this is limiting the speed has shown to reduce noise levels and reduce concentrated forms of air pollution, encouraging an increase in biodiversity of urban localities, which was mentioned by the group as well. They should actually have wrote my speech, which has a positive impact on pride and sense of place for local communities. Transport is the largest national contributor to carbon emissions. 20-mile per hour limits cut unnecessary acceleration and braking and improves traffic flow. This reduces congestion and standing traffic, which helps to reduce emissions. I'm sure all members here are well aware of concerns within their own wards, and I'm confident they will welcome this report. Happy to move the report, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Boyce.
Thank you, Convener. Can I formally second Councillor Garner and reserve the right to come back in, please?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyce. I will now open it up to members for questions, comments and views. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Convener. Oh, I'm muted. Yes, I am. It's just a couple of questions. Paul's just stolen the few lines that I had written down there, and I think that when Mr. Rogers spoke earlier, yes, obviously we're taking account of accidents and the issues around speeding, around difficult junctions, but as someone who has actually cycled from Grangemouth up to Falkirk High to get the train and then back down again, I know exactly what you're talking about at that corner. And when I say as someone who has cycled, I'm not by any manner of means a cyclist. And so it really does scare the life out of me. And again, as a mum, I've done it with a pram quite some years ago. And it really is, it's that feeling of fear rather than statistical evidence of accidents, I think, that we're looking at here, and not just for this area, obviously for many of the areas across the district. And it is something that has been going on for many, many years. I remember my predecessor in Earth, Craig Martin, banging on about this for many years, as I'm sure the officers will remember. But just a couple of questions for Dot. If people object to this, what happens if I mean, we're hearing today about the positives of it, but obviously there are other opinions available, and some people don't like the speed restrictions. What happens then in the procedure during the public's consultation? What's the next step, kind of thing?
Convener, I'm happy to respond to that. The statutory process that we have to go through includes a level of consultation and of advertising of our proposals, and there are opportunities there for objections or concerns to be raised regarding the proposed traffic order. We would need to take account of concerns that are raised and of any objections, and we would try to resolve these through correspondence or through communication with the interested party. If that can't happen, there would require to be a meeting convened to discuss and allow a decision to be taken on these objections, and that would be a committee decision that would be taken. So that would be the process that we would have to follow in terms of the traffic regulation orders.
Right, okay. And you touched on it within your report about the fact that it says that there is no budget per se for it. How confident are you that we will have all of the areas that we're talking about in phase 1 completed by the end of this year?
Again, convener, through you, we do have funding available through the 20-minute neighbourhood funding at the moment, also via cycling, walking and safer streets budget, and through place-based investment funding. So whilst there's no dedicated funding for the introduction of 20-mile-per-hour limits, there are funding streams there that are available to us to use. So therefore, I would have a fair degree of confidence that we can deliver in providing these 20-mile-per-hour limits within the timescales that we've set, as long as we don't have real objections to our proposals that have to be resolved.
Okay. That gives me some confidence. So you reckon that you'll be able to get the money and do it by the end of this year, phase 1?
Assuming that there are no objections that we can't resolve, yes.
Yeah, dependent upon, but other than that, from an officer's point of view, you are confident that this project will be in place by the end of this year? Okay,
Yes, I agree with that.
I think that was it. It was just, as I say, a couple of quick questions. Most of it is covered in the report, as you say. I just wanted to clarify that because it does say in 4.4 of the report that it will be in place in 2022, and I thought that just left a little bit of ambiguity as to will it all be in place and will it all be done by the end of the year. But I'm happy to hear your response. Thanks, Doc. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Joan. Lynn.
Thank you, convener. I think we all want to see safer streets and to slow down the boy races that we all encounter from time to time when we're trying to cross the road. The practicalities of it are that in the report under 6, and Dot says that she does have funding. It says it's important to emphasise there are no dedicated funds at this stage. So I would like to ask if there are dedicated funds and if there is a business plan that's come forward. And I also think it's important that in terms of engagement, as the director said, you know, surely we need to go out at the outset to talk to people to identify those areas which are of most concern to members of the public, because if people buy into these things, then they're much more likely to accept them. And whilst we have these lighting systems around schools and nurseries, under 6.2 it seems to intimate that should we have wider 20-mile-an-hour areas, we wouldn't have that emphasis around schools, and I'm not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. And under 6.6 it does concern me that it says that the risks include that objections received to traffic regulation orders could delay or prevent 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, but a significant risk that Police Scotland will not actively enforce the 20-mile-an-hour restrictions. So there are some difficulties in the overall proposal. So I would hope Doc can perhaps provide some answers through you, convener.
Okay, thank you. Dot, I know that some of this you're repeating from the response to Councillor Coombs, but perhaps maybe for clarity.
Yes, thanks, convener. So in terms of funding, as I said, there is no dedicated funding stream for the costs associated with the introduction of these 20 mph limits, but we do have funding within the service that we could use to provide these new speed limit areas. In terms of consulting on the areas which are of most concern to our communities, yes, we want to consult with our communities. However, the guidance that we have through the Road Safety Framework advises we should only be introducing 20 mph limits where mean vehicle speed values are 24 mph or below. We've therefore undertaken speed surveys in the areas, the town centre and village centres, to establish what mean or average speed limits currently are. So we have a level of confidence that we are not asking drivers to reduce their speed to a speed which isn't appropriate for the area that they're driving through. So we have a degree of confidence that vehicle speeds in our town centres and villages and these areas where we're proposing the 20 mph limits are introduced are in the region of 24 mph as a mean vehicle speed. In terms of the 20 mph zones which currently exist around our schools and nurseries, we don't propose that we're taking anything away with this proposal. It may be that these 20 mph limits, the existing ones, are incorporated into a wider area of 20 mph application, but we won't reduce the current 20 mph limit areas that we have adjacent to schools and nurseries. If anything, we'll be extending the area out to a wider area to make sure that the whole community area, if you like, in the town or village is included within the 20 mph limit. In terms of police enforcement, Police Scotland have told us that they do not have a dedicated resource or any resource to apply to undertake enforcement within these new 20 mph limit areas, but that is no different to the position with 30 mph limit areas. Police Scotland will only undertake enforcement where there is a particular road safety problem that they are aware of, and that will apply to 20 mph limited areas as well. So there will be no difference to the level of enforcement currently undertaken by Police Scotland in that regard. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Dot. I have Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, convener. I'd just like to thank Dot and David for their report. For the area I represent, Upper Braes, a lot of small villages where speeding is a big problem, and I personally welcome this report because through the last 5 years I've been in contact with numerous residents in each village who have concerns, and it's not just about where the schools are, it's about the build-up cars up the side of the roads, because when these houses were built there wasn't that amount of cars on the road then to they are now, so it makes it a narrow corridor in some of these villages, so I welcome it. I've got probably answers one of the questions, but Councillor Jim Flynn, who's been involved in this campaign long before he was an elected member in Airth. And Jim's asked me to ask, regarding the signs that's already there at the schools, do they need to be removed if it's included in a wider 20-mile-an-hour area? Or can they not just be left as an extra highlight to people? That's my first question.
Okay, Dot.
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Kerr. If you don't mind, I'd like to bring David in to respond to this question.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks, Doug. Councillor, the signs that are in place just now, the function of those signs, as it says on the sign itself, is that when the signs are flashing, it's a 20-mile-per-hour limit because they are part-time and their function to operate within a certain time within the schools. So by us implementing a permanent 20-mile-per-hour limit in these areas, those flashing 20-mile-per-hour signs would be superseded by a new permanent sign. So those flashing signs would actually conflict with the permanent 20-mile-per-hour because those are designed to be part-time flashing.
Okay, David, thank you. I totally understand that. My concern is we can't get people to adhere to the 30-mile-an-hour in my areas, putting it down to 20, which I really support. It's just disappointing that we can't, and or Police Scotland haven't got the resources to enforce it. I support the report, the convener. It's just I'd like the consultation to be first though, then start the phases off. But we are where we are. But thank you, thanks Doc, thanks David.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Garner, I'll bring you in to sum up. If you can get your final comments for summing up. But I've got Councillor Bissett and then I've got Councillor Bouse.
Thanks, Convener. Certainly welcome this report and agree the recommendations. I could probably name maybe 12 areas that I know of where there's a lot of speeding going on, and certainly anything that improves road safety and the environment and encourages people walking and cycling is to be welcome. And I welcome the phased approach and the consultation that will take place, and I look forward to the feedback on that. And in many ways, I was thinking it might, and I say it might police itself in a sense, because if I'm driving at 20 miles an hour, the person behind me can't go any faster than that. So we've all got that collective responsibility, and I'm sure that those of us who abide by the rules will indeed drive at 20 miles an hour, and those people who want to go faster than that can't go any faster than that. So and as for the junction at Majors Loan, that is a really Majors Loan Garthouse Road. It's an awkward junction, like same at Salmon and Bray. That's another one, but the one at Majors Loan in particular, you're sitting on the hill and then you're trying to turn left. It's a really sharp turn. You're almost on the other side of the road to try and before you can swing right round. And I've often wondered why there isn't maybe traffic lights here at some point, same at Salmon and Bray. But certainly welcome this report and I look forward to seeing it implemented. And I'd like to thank Dot and David for their input to this report. I know it's taken a long time to get there, but there's been a lot of research done. And I'd like to thank the deputation for Garthouse area for their input. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Bissett. Councillor Bouse.
Thank you, Convener. I would also concur that I really welcome this. I did some of my own research as well and looked into some reports. There was one done by EOCOM, which was very interesting on the support that the 20-mile speed limit areas, not zones, has got on the study they did. I think it was 12 areas they did a study of. I think it's very positive. They very much also agree that it's not about stopping traffic problems. It's about improving the area. It's about improving the society that we live in. The support levels were really large on the survey work they did, up to 88%, and to the point that when post done, they asked them who would actually like to remove these, and there was only 12% of people were actually in favour of removing them, which when we're talking about doing surveys, that's a massive number, and it's very positive. It's great to see Dr. Dyer and the other people here today. There's obviously been various active areas. I think earth has been mentioned already, which I understand some have worked on. I think also Councillor Murtagh has done quite a lot of work in the last 4.5 years, and I think before she was a councillor on it. So it's good that people are doing that, and I really look forward to this come forward, and congratulate Dot and the team on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bounce. Just before I go to Councillor Gardner, just a couple of comments from myself in relation to this. Says I think it's certainly something to be welcomed, and about one of the key outcomes is about changing driver behaviour. I think by implementing it, particularly within our towns and villages, in the first phase, we have a real opportunity to make a statement and actually influence driver behaviour, just pure and simply because of the limitations, as Dot has said, around the ability to go beyond the 24 miles an hour, and actually make that difference. Having experienced other sort of towns and villages, particularly in different parts of Scotland where the 20 mile an hour limits have been brought in, you actually can see, as you slow down, you become much more driver aware, you become much more aware of the road, much more aware of the surroundings, and what's more, I've certainly noticed more people out using the walkways, pavements for walking and running and cycling, and that's what we want, is to be able to create that perception of safety and comfort that means that people can use that as an outdoor space, and that links to our active travel, our well-being, and as well as looking at reducing the emissions and climate change. So it comes as part of a package, and I have to give a lot of credit to Councillor Gardner for his persistence in looking to bring this forward, and in a managed way, so that we can actually create a phased programme of introducing this, and extend it out from our towns and villages into other residential areas, and that will require engagement, and as Dr. Dyer has said, that we will want to speak to those closest to the communities, who are greatest impacted about the areas where it is most appropriate for these 20 mile an hour limits to be brought forward. So I'm very supportive of the report. It's a piece of work that will be ongoing for some time. It will be phased, and I truly hope it is self-policing through driver behaviour, and those that don't comply then become much more isolated, and that's when we want the police to become more involved in looking at enforcement, as when you don't get that compliance from the few who will then be sort of standing out from the rest. But I'll go to Councillor Gardner just to ask him to wind up on this particular item.
Thank you, Convener. You have summed up very well. I think you've done my job for me. It is about driver behaviour, it is about active and sustainable travel, and it is about placemaking. Just to touch on one thing, Doc covered the enforcement issue very well in relation to 20 per hour, 30 per hour, whatever, 40 per hour. But the thing is, if you drive in a 20 per hour zone and you do get caught doing 40 mile per hour, you face a ban. If you're driving at 30 per hour and 20 per hour, you only face 3 points. So it does change it dramatically for drivers and what they could face if they do get caught. And trust me, this will be enforced at times by the police. If there's issues in areas, we'll direct the police to go out there with their cameras. and make sure that people aren't breaking the speed limits as they shouldn't be. So yes, I would like to say one thing before they go. I would really like to thank the deputation. I think they've been excellent, and I've dropped me a message. If you want to contact me direct, feel free as well. So yeah, I think this report has been welcomed by all members. I was a wee bit confused halfway through it, but I'm sure it is, and I know the deputation are fully supportive of this. So yes, happy to move the report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gardner. I would encourage the Gatcows residents to make contact with Councillor Gardner and our officers and continue that dialogue, and we can work on what that might look like particularly is in the second phase, and perhaps we can use you as the good practice around our consultation. And can I ask for members' agreement on the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to our deputation. You're welcome to listen online if you so wish, but you may have other things to be doing today. But thank you very much for coming along to the committee this morning. Okay, thank you, colleagues. If we can move now to item 7, which is the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme, and again, it's Dot that's going to be taking this report.
Thanks, Convener. This report provides information for members on progress being made in relation to the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. The committee will be aware that this is the #1 flood protection scheme in Scotland, and the need for this scheme was first identified back in 2015. Section 4 of the report provides some background and advises on our statutory obligations through the Flood Risk Management Scotland Act, which requires us to take a plan-led approach to flood risk management. SEPA prepared flood risk management plans for 14 local plan districts, and Falkirk Council is the lead authority for the 4th Estuary Local Plan District. Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme is the only scheme being taken forwards within the Falkirk area, although there are other studies being taken forwards. Grangemouth and surrounding areas are at risk of fluvial and tidal flooding, and it has been estimated to have potential impacts on 2,650 residential properties and 330 commercial properties. Additionally, flooding in the area could impact on operations at the Port of Grangemouth, the oil refinery, and major businesses associated with the Grangemouth Industrial Complex. The impact of a significant flood event on one or more of the critical national infrastructure sites could be devastating for the local and national economy. There have been a number of flood events in the Grangemouth area over the last 20 years. The area at risk of flooding is wider than Grangemouth alone. Carnshore, West Quarter, Pullman areas have some risk. Without the foundations provided by flood protection measures, economic growth and a transition to net zero cannot be achieved. The recommendations and outcomes from the report have been assessed as having an overall positive impact on the Council's climate change targets and obligations. They will provide a platform for the regeneration of Grangemouth and support the just transition to net zero being pursued as part of the Investment Zone Initiative. Options appraisal work outlined in Section 5 is now complete, and we're now in the scheme design stage. We hope to move on to scheme notification stage later this year, when we will engage with local residents and businesses to hear their views. Public consultation work has taken place over a number of years, most recently in June 2021, and this work will continue this year. As a strategic project that's being taken forwards by the new Invest Falkirk division of Police Services, allowing for professional project management of the project. Figure 3 in paragraph 5.9 shows the robust project governance structure that will approve funding and control progress of the report. It is anticipated that the construction phase will take between 5 to 10 years, with initial construction anticipated in late 2024 or early 2025. Section 5D discusses funding of the project. Funding of flood protection schemes was confirmed by COSLA leaders and Scottish ministers in July 2016. Funding was to be split 80% Scottish Government and 20% local authority. The Grangemouth scheme is larger than any other scheme delivered to date, with an expected project cost range of between £420 million and £650 million, with this range reflecting the scale of the project, the relative immaturity of the outline design, and various project assumptions, as well as the difficulty in estimating costs over the prolonged period for design, development and construction. 20% is unlikely to be affordable by Falkirk Council, with the range being between £84 million and £130 million. It is felt that a scheme of this size requires more collaborative work with Scottish Government, and a new delivery model is required to take the scheme forwards, and the Invest Falkirk division will take this forward with Scottish Government. We are in discussions through the Grangemouth Future Industry Board with Scottish Government's Deputy Director of Natural Resources to elevate support for the scheme. Committee is asked to note this for now as we await clarity from Scottish Government on a new funding model. Members are asked to consider the report and to note the conclusions of option appraisal work undertaken. Option appraisal shortlisted options considering a range of technical, environmental, sustainable, social and operational factors. The options appraisal report is huge, around 200 pages long, and a summary of this is appended to the report. We also ask that you agree the proposed governance structure shown in section 5B of the report, which will provide controls with clear authority and accountability as the project develops through detailed design to construction stage. And also to note the dedicated capacity that will take the project forwards via the Invest Falkirk division, and to also note the anticipated timescales for preparation of the outline business case and scheme documents this year. And also note that further reports will be brought forward as required. Alistair Dawson, Invest Falkirk's Infrastructure Projects Manager, is with us today to assist with any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dot, for a very concise overview of this current position around Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme. It's quite complex and quite detailed. I know that there was a briefing last week for members, but I fully anticipate that there'll be further questions and comments. But I'll go to Councillor Garner first.
Thanks, Convener, and again, thanks to Dot. I'd also like to thank Alistair and his team for the work they're putting into this and the continued work they'll have to put in. I'd also like to thank them for the presentation to members just last Friday, which again was well attended by local members. This report provides stages of scheme development, progress to date and proposed future activities, project governance, key project risks, challenges and measures being undertaken and next steps, including the timeline. Flood risk management is an important element of the Council's approach to resilience and the means of mitigating the effects of climate change. The Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme was identified as the top-ranked flood protection scheme in the whole of the country. This top priority status reflects the scale, complexity and importance of the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme in a national context. Grangemouth and surrounding areas are at risk of fluvial and tidal flooding, which has been estimated to have potential impacts on 2,650 residential properties and 330 commercial properties. Flooding in this area could also impact on operations at the Port of Grangemouth, the oil refinery and major businesses associated within the Grangemouth industrial complex. Grangemouth contributes significantly to Scotland's GDP, and as such, the impact of such a significant flood event on one or more of the critical national infrastructure sites could be devastating for not only the local but national economy too. We have now concluded stage 3, as Dot mentioned, the options appraisal, and move on to outline design. Current estimations are that construction could begin in 2025 and the project could take up to 10 years to complete. Yes, it's a massive task. The preferred design includes approximately 27 kilometres of flood defence walls and embankments with associated floodgates, pumping stations, alterations to bridges and local roads, and replacement of lock gates at the Port of Grangemouth. These features are essential to provide 1 in 200 year standard of protection to Grangemouth and the surrounding communities. Community consultation has been a large part of the project and will continue to be. Due to the scale of the works and the wide geographic spread of construction works, the community engagement is reaching out to 12,000 residential and commercial addresses. The focus of the community engagement plan for the next year will be to continue promotion of the project and to identify any key issues which could potentially give rise to objections during the scheme notification. The most recent cost estimate provided to the Scottish Government gave an expected projected cost for the Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme between £420 and £650 million, high-water sums. Based on the 20 and 21 cost assumptions in the current funding mechanism, the capital funding required from Falkirk Council to deliver it would be in the range of 84 to 130 million. Council's tax incremental financing TIF initiative will contribute to the capital cost, and mechanisms to secure additional local funding continue to be explored and evaluated. In short, investment in Grangemouth Flood Protection Scheme is essential to provide resilience against future flood events for the thousands of residential homes and commercial businesses currently at risk of fluvial and coastal flooding. This major infrastructure project is critical to the economic well-being of the council area and the safety of local communities. Convener, if I may, I have a couple of questions. Is that okay? And I'm guessing these will be going to Alistair. The first one I have, the report mentions some of the community engagement events that have been held to date. What are the current community engagement activities and how will these continue through the next phase of the project development?
Alistair?
Thanks, Convener. Thanks, Councillor Garner. Yes, as mentioned in the report, there's been a number of community consultation events over a number of years, actually, particularly in 2018, 2019, and again last year, 2021. There are a number of streams to the communication, the stakeholder engagement access of the project. These are being done categorised into a number of different groups. Firstly, there's those directly affected residents and community commercial businesses who are being contacted directly and being invited to have meetings with the project team. There's the wider community consultation, which you mentioned. There's been a number of instances where there's been sort of 12,000 or so letters issued to local addresses, inviting local people to come along to meetings or to look at the scheme website. We've also been engaging directly with a number of the larger landowners, the port and the large industrial businesses along the foreshore. So that will continue through the outline design phase. And alongside all of this, we're also running a STEM activity, which is a programme for the local primary schools, of which 4 have already signed up to, and we're hoping that an additional 8 will sign up to this year. We're going to take the young people through a lesson plan that's linked to their curriculum and will support their learning.
Excellent, Alistair. We're certainly consulting with the community well in this one. Second question I have is, and this is probably one that everybody would have wanted to ask anyway, how are the financial risks being managed? All members are aware of the financial challenges facing the council in the coming years. I appreciate this, that the capital investment required for the construction of this major project would be funded over a long timescale. However, the sums involved are considerable and have potential impact on delivery of other council services. Can you explain any more about the financial model and what assessments have been made regarding revenue funds required for the ongoing management and maintenance of the 27 kilometre of defences to ensure they remain fit for purpose and serve the function they are designed for?
Yes, I think the first thing to say is that the funding or financing of any major infrastructure project, especially one of this significant scale and national importance, is obviously a key consideration. When the Grangemouth scheme was first identified as a priority project, obviously as we've put in the report, the agreement with COSLA was that there would be this 80% of the scheme costs coming from Scottish Government, and that the remaining 20% would be funded locally by each council. I think for each of the other prioritised schemes across Scotland, this model has been affordable, but we need to bear in mind that those other projects range from maybe just £1 or £2 million up to in the region of £50 or £60 million in the case of Hoyk, which is the second largest project in Scotland. So the financial burden on those councils is obviously far less than it will be for Falkirk. It should also be noted that the cost estimates that were quoted when the schemes were first identified were all considerably less than the current outturn costs. So this has placed an additional burden on the government flood risk management budget, which was set at £42 million per annum over a 10-year period, which runs up until 2026. The Scottish Government budget is no longer sufficient to fully fund the original 40 schemes, and this has been recognised and caused by currently running a review into the overall flood risk management budget. Falkirk have obviously fed into that process, and we've provided comments on our own project expenditure, how that would align with the timeline for the available government budgets, and some of the difficulties that the release of funding from government provides to the delivery of local projects. I firmly believe that the outline business case we will continue to work on this year. That will support continued development of the project. There are public expectations that a project will go ahead, and we will defend and protect the local communities. I think therefore it's essential that between Falkirk Council and Scottish Government we do find a mutually acceptable funding model before the scheme progresses to the next stage, that notification stage. I think your other point, Councillor Garner, around revenue funding is also an important one. You're correct, there will be considerable sums required to manage and maintain 27 kilometres of a new asset obviously over its design lifetime of over 100 years. So although the precise sums for that revenue funding aren't yet identified, we do know that it will likely to run into several £100,000 per annum. So that again, the whole life cost element is an important part of those financial discussions that we'll take forward with government, and ensure that their ongoing service costs can be managed and we can maintain this essential asset.
Thanks, Alistair. The ongoing discussions will be very important for this project going forward. One last question, if I may, and it's one that is quite important as well. What actions are being taken to minimise the impact of this project on our environment?
I think obviously any construction project has the potential to be harmful to the environment. However, as engineers, we always seek to adopt designs or the technology or the construction methods that will minimise those impacts. So that's obviously an important factor for all projects going forward, but particularly for one of this scale. So the Grangemouth project team are very conscious of all the environmental aspects at every stage of project development. Through the options appraisal stage, the solutions that would have been most detrimental to the environment were ruled out. They were discounted and omitted from the process at an early stage due to their environmental impact. And now that we're coming to refine and evolve the preferred solutions, again, the environmental impacts are considered highly at every stage of that process. In a number of instances, the final design that we take forward to notification stage will be influenced by environmental factors such as habitats, existing trees and other environments that we're working in, not just in terms of the impact that the new defences will have, but also the temporary access. Do trees need to be removed to allow access, and where will they be replaced? And in fact, not only replaced, but how can we enhance and improve the biodiversity of the water courses and the areas that we're working in? So carbon management and biodiversity are high on the thoughts and the agenda of the project team and the design team taking things forward. And I think the last point I would just make around carbon in particular is that the very purpose of taking forward any flood defence scheme is actually to protect those properties that are at risk. And I'm sure you will all have seen on news articles and other places that the sheer devastation there is when these properties are affected by flooding. Houses in particular have to be literally stripped back to bare walls, so all the furniture, all the carpets, the personal belongings, a lot of the built materials in those houses as well becomes waste. That's all stripped out and replaced with new materials. Also, the cost of actually drying out those properties before they're habitable again is immense. And all of that has a huge carbon impact. So the impact of not doing the defence works actually has a larger carbon cost on the environment than actually the short-term impact of the carbon, the embodied carbon that is in the defences as they're created. And actually, in terms of carbon emissions, there's very little in terms of the new assets that creates carbon emissions going forwards. So there's the materials that are brought in to create the new defences, obviously have an embodied carbon within them, but there's very little in terms of the ongoing carbon emissions moving forwards.
Excellent, Alistair. Thanks very much for that. That was the answers I was hoping you were going to give, and they were very detailed. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gannon, and thank you, Alistair and Dot. I'm happy to second the report coming forward. I think it has been accepted that as this is the largest scheme by a considerable margin, that it cannot be dealt with in the normal way. And while the COSLA have paused the discussions with government around the funding, I think this is rightly taken out of that, and that's why we have the Grangemouth Future Industries Board, and it's the right place to be able to deal with that. Just because of the sheer importance nationally of Grangemouth and the huge risk that tidal flooding presents to business and to residential, but particularly around sort of key economic businesses within Grangemouth to the national economy. It's important that we do have that round table discussion with government and with the other stakeholders, ensuring that any investments that our big businesses within that area are making aren't going to add to the difficulties, but perhaps by design any infrastructure changes could assist with the whole programme. But that doesn't have to be very much coordinated, and therefore needs to be thought of at early stages. I'm not sure how we explain the magnitude of this, but the risks will be huge. Therefore, it is really important that we're able to take this forward in a managed way. Council's not going to be in a financial position to be able to fund hugely aspects of the size of this scheme. I fully anticipate there will be a contribution required, but that's something that we need to discuss with government about what's appropriate for a council of the size of Falkirk compared to other local authorities, and not leave us in a disadvantaged position. But I also think that there's potential there to look at all governments and all stakeholders to how they can contribute to this, and that includes our communities and listening to them and making sure that what infrastructure changes we require to make are as sensitive as possible to the environment, and perhaps can become loved features in going forward. And I know that there's been some discussions in Grangemouth around that already, but I think it's important that we're aware of this and the work that's been done. I'm comfortable that we are putting in dedicated resources to taking this forward. It is something that has been challenging in the past, but that we will be able to have a scheme and a programme going forward that will address the issues and will do so before any of those critical risks start to come to pass. So I thank officers for all their work in doing that. I will now open it up for any questions or comments from members. And Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, convener. A couple of quick questions, probably for Alistair, and I'm glad Paul came with his questions, because he answered a lot of his answers were a lot of my questions, But see, it started at 117 million, has already been stated, and it'll go up to 420 or 650 million. And you're right, convener, about the state of local authorities at the moment and the money that we've got. What if they increase? I'm only thinking about when they built Holyrood, when they've done the trams and the increased money all the time. Will that be taken into consideration when evaluating it, Alistair?
Thanks, thanks, Councillor Kerr. I mean, I think there's a few points in that. Obviously, as we've outlined in the report and has been mentioned earlier, this project is over quite a considerable time scale. So I think it's only right that we do have a range of costs rather than trying to pick a specific number that we're aiming at. It's impossible. Just even over the last 18 months or so, the construction market has been so volatile. Construction costs and material costs are moving so rapidly, and that's having an impact, hopefully in the short term rather than the long term. Hopefully those prices will level off again. But also looking at inflation and some of the wider factors that influence any programme over a prolonged period. I think it is right that we have that range of costs. We're doing our utmost and our due diligence to try and have the most accurate figures at each possible stage of the project. I think the only correct way to take a project of this scale forward is to actually split it down into those defined stages. Obviously, the Flood Risk Management Act itself and the guidance that comes along with that splits the flood schemes into those defined stages that we've already spoken about and contained in the report. So the options appraisal is complete, and we're moving into outline design stage. Throughout that outline design, we will refine our cost estimates and our cost projections and look at the risks and how those will influence the cost of the project and delivery of the project. If we can reduce the timeline or find more efficient ways of constructing the scheme, that will obviously have an impact on the cost estimate that we provide. So those cost estimates will form part of that business case, which will be a key document for that next gateway before we go to scheme notification. And again, once we get through notification, there may be changes depending on any objections that come from communities and the potential to reach a public local inquiry if that was deemed necessary. There could be changes to the scheme as we move forward. So those again would have an influence on the outturn cost. So I think it's only right that we manage what we know at this stage and recognise that there are those unknowns that can't be managed at the moment. But we've got sight of those and we keep those in mind as we move forward. Certainly any discussions I've had with government have been reflective of that position, and certainly any new funding mechanism that would be put in place would have to recognise that the costs that we know at the moment aren't necessarily the costs that will be the accurate costs at the outturn of the project. As I say, sitting today, I can't give you any firm answers because those discussions with government are not yet concluded. But certainly as those discussions move forward, we'll be able to report back to members.
Thanks for your honest answers there, Alistair. Much appreciated. Just one more question. It was mentioned about maintenance. 2035, when it's all built and it's all singing and dancing, will that, or do we know who will, I know we spoke about the money to maintain it, but who will be responsible for the maintenance? Will it be the council or will it be another body?
Under the legislation, the Flood Risk Management Act 2009, it's the local authority that promote the scheme and are then responsible for maintaining that scheme going forwards. But I think we all recognise that this scheme is different. It isn't just a local authority scheme. It does have a critical national infrastructure importance level to it. So that discussion will have to be taken on board, and that will have to be part of the new mechanism that's put in place. There are elements of the scheme that sit entirely on the large industrial businesses along the foreshore, but those are still critical to the defence of the community that sits behind that. in that instance from from a tidal event. There are infrastructure requirements that are required at the port, for example, to change one of the lock gates that acts to keep the tidal water out as opposed to keeping the impounded water in the docks. So that's a completely new piece of infrastructure, but it will be used on a regular basis for the passage of those ships day to day. So there'll be a number of key questions that need to be answered going forward in terms of what elements are owned, maintained, operated by the council, and any elements that may be operated by other parties that are partners in the scheme going forwards. The majority of the defences will hopefully require very little maintenance in terms of walls and embankments. They'll be checked, and any maintenance requirements that come up will be done. But there will also be costs involved of deploying the temporary defences, where we have temporary barriers that go across paths and roads, floodgates, and checking that those are all operational, so that when the flood event does occur, that they actually serve the purpose they're intended to do. So there will be ongoing costs every year that need to be understood, and those need to be built into the whole life cost exercise.
Thank you once again, Alistair, for your detailed reply. Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Monroe.
Thank you, Cecil. Given the scale of the scheme, do we actually have a flood incident in the past that has meant we have defined it in this way? What evidence do we have that we need to have 27 kilometres of barriers or walls?
So, to take a few steps back in the process, first of all, the first national flood risk management plans, they were actually called strategies at that stage, but SEBA produced the first national flood risk management strategy in 2015. The flood studies that they had done and the flood mapping that they had done for the country identified a number of potentially vulnerable areas, one of which was Grangemouth. And from the national strategy, we then developed the local flood risk management plan, which has a number of actions in it. Some are flood studies, some is education and awareness building, some is flood forecasting. But one of the actions within that is a flood scheme. And for us, the flood scheme, the only flood scheme in Falkirk, is the Grangemouth scheme at this stage. There may well be further flood schemes required for other parts of Falkirk in future years, but certainly in terms of the original local flood risk management plan, the only scheme that was identified was the Grangemouth scheme. At that stage, the level of knowledge was that yes, flood risk was prominent in the Grangemouth area, but we then needed to develop that understanding through topographic surveys and further flood modelling to understand the full extent of that. And actually the studies that were done increased our understanding of that flood risk on communities. I think the flood strategy and the original flood plan had somewhere around 1,000 or 1,200 local properties that were at risk of flooding. But when we did the studies, we've obviously understood that to a lot greater level of detail. We're now up around 3,000 properties that are actually at flood risk from fluvial and tidal events. So I think there's been a long history of an understanding that there's a flood risk there. As you all know, Grangemouth sits right on the estuary, but it also has 3 fairly significant watercourses running through it. So there's potential for events from any of those watercourses or from tidal events. And if you just look back at the history over the last 10 or 20 years, we know that there have been a lot of near misses. There have been tidal events that we have all witnessed in the last couple of years that have been right at the top of the Grange Burn, almost overtopping the Grange Burn into the local community. We had the events in 2019 and 2020, which affected the Carron and the Avon. One of those events was the largest flow ever recorded on the Avon. So we know that these events are common. To a certain extent, Grangemouth in recent years has been quite fortunate that it hasn't had significant levels of flooding, although there have been some smaller impacts. But it is only a matter of time. We do know that there's a flood risk throughout the community, and the only way of dealing with that has been demonstrated through the options appraisal, the best way of mitigating those risks is through the delivery of this scheme.
As my colleague said, the cost of the scheme has gone from 117 million to somewhere between 420 and 650 million. I took the trouble to look at other schemes where there have been floods, for instance, the Somerset levels, and the cost of their scheme over 20 years is 100 million. More importantly, looking at UK government figures for all of the UK, the amount allocated for flood alleviation last year was in total only 860 million. And it seems to me that whilst we have a risk here, that there is an equal risk that the Scottish Government nor ourselves can afford this scheme because it's grown like topsy from 117 million to where we are now. I mean, is all of this essential? Because, you know, who is going to pay for it? I mean, I know there is a risk, but from what you're saying, it seems like what you have is something that you've modelled on computers, and you're talking a 100 to 200 year risk. But this is an enormous sum of money.
I think, first of all, any comparison with other schemes does need to have a level of care taken to it, because not every scheme is the same. For example, the other schemes in Scotland, the costs of Grangemouth are comparable with those other Scottish schemes in terms of the length of defences that we're talking about, in terms of the height of defences that we're talking about. When you break it down metre by metre, then we're on a comparable cost with all the other projects in the country. I don't have any awareness of the Somerset level scheme and what length of defences are being proposed there, so I can't comment on any applicability of that particular example. I think when you use words like, is it essential? Well, the flip side of that is to say, well, what would be the impact of a flood event on those 3,000, 2,500 residential properties and 330 commercial properties? Part of the analysis that was done at the outset and will be repeated as part of the outline business case is the economic assessment, which looks at the cost benefit of doing any project. And at that time, excluding industry, the cost benefit for the more residential part of the scheme was, I think, around 2. Anything over 1 as a benefit. When you then input the industrial areas and the port, the cost benefit rose to a number over 20, which is quite unheard of for most projects. And you have to understand that just because you'd have the expenditure of putting the defences in place, that mitigates the risk up to a certain flood event. So you're minimising those damages for all those flood events that are less than a 1 or 200 year event. So it's multiple events that those properties are then protected against over a long period of time. And it's when you understand the economics and the longer basis of that you can actually demonstrate whether or not it's essential, affordable, viable, and the right thing to be taking forward. And that is all part of the assessments that will be done, have been done already, and will be reviewed and revisited this year before we get to the next stage.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, I mean, for me, it's very difficult to say, wait and see what happens. Let us have a flood and see what happens. It's about preventing that because of the impact that's going to have. I've got a list of people here. I've got Councillor Bissett, I've got Councillor Coombs, Councillor Nimmo, and Councillor Hughes. So I'll go to Councillor Bissett next.
Convener, I think Councillor Coombs had her hand up before me, if you don't mind.
All right, okay, I'm happy to take that if you guys are happy with that. I don't mind.
Okay, thanks, Convener. I asked a couple of questions of Alistair at the presentation that he gave us last week, which was very helpful, because obviously this isn't a simple issue, and it has been going on for years and years. I remember probably about 9 years ago when I was just in as a new councillor, and as a resident of Grangemouth, it quite scared the life out of me looking at the risk areas within my own hometown. And then, as Alistair says, we have had recent issues. I mean, I think it was 1956 before they changed the Grange burn and put the overflow along Branagh Park, where the streets down near the town did actually flood, and there were women walking about up to their knees in the flood water. So, as you say, it is about risk management, and there is a severe risk. And obviously, the changes in the climate, where we're going to be warmer and very much wetter in years to come, means that this has heightened the need to do this. The fact that it is the most expensive flood defence scheme in the Scottish Government's national planning framework, I think shows the level of importance that the government are putting on it as well. First of all, I also think that the name of it, and I understand why it was called the Grangemouth Flood Defence Scheme, but there are other areas within Falkirk that are obviously very much impacted by this. And in my own ward, Carn Shore is one of them, because again of the low-lying levels near to the River Carn. So I sometimes find it difficult to get across to the public that it isn't just about Grangemouth, that it is something that impacts on everybody. The points Alistair just answered what I was going to say when Lynn was comparing other flood defence schemes. I'm aware that Dumfries was just recently approved by the Scottish Government for a flood defence scheme, and anybody that's been in Dumfries knows the area that they're talking about. There's a huge big car park, and the shopkeepers opposite it absolutely knew, but they were, some of them were happy to know that their basements were going to be flooded every 3 or 4 years, and they took that risk and lived with it. Personally, I think that that's not a road that we should be going down, so I'm delighted to see this. However, as has been said, the main issue here is cost. And I asked Alistair last week, but for the record, I would like to ask publicly about the 80-20 ratio, where the Scottish Government are going to pay 80% and Falkirk Council are liable for that 20%. I think rather than debating the numbers and the costs, I think that ratio is key to this. I think that we should, as an authority, all work together to go back to the government and say 20% of whether it's 400 or 600 million is a huge number, and we don't have the resources to be able to fund that. So, Alistair, can you repeat what you said last week about this? And perhaps we could put forward some sort of motion or get a consensus from all members that we can't do 20%. It's too big a number.
Thanks for that, Councillor Coombs. I can't remember exactly what I said in the briefing on Friday, but certainly, we as a project team have recognised that 20% number is a massive number. Doesn't matter what way you cut it, it's a big number. The local part of that funding agreement, as the current funding agreement sets, the funding mechanism sets, that 20% element would be a huge number for Falkirk Council to be able to afford. And as we mentioned earlier on, it's not just about the capital funding to actually create the new asset, but it's also about the revenue funding to maintain that asset going forward, to ensure that it remains functional and remains viable for those communities. So certainly that has been flagged up to the flood risk management team at Scottish Government. It's also been flagged up to the Grangemouth Future Industries Board, that the 20% funding element is a difficulty for Falkirk Council. And I think it's also recognised at the government side, certainly from the flood risk management team, that their current budgets aren't in place to allow the Grangemouth scheme to go ahead, and that does need to be resolved. So I think all we can say at this stage is that both sides have recognised there's an issue here. Both sides have recognised the need to work together. Falkirk Council, we have recently written to the Deputy Director of the Natural Resources Division, who are responsible for flood risk management. We've previously met with the team. We've had a meeting, a virtual meeting. We've also had a site visit around Grangemouth to show them the extent and some of the complexities of the project going forward. So they get it, they understand the importance of the project, both for the community side and for the industrial side. And we do fully expect those conversations to continue throughout this year. We don't yet know what that new funding mechanism might be, but I think there's certainly traction behind the conversations to for both sides to come together and try and discuss that and try and find a suitable way forward. Yeah.
Well done. That is more or less that is more or less what you said, that you are having these conversations. I just hope that these conversations are fruitful and that instead of just making the right noises and let's all agree that it's a big number, that we actually get some commitment from the government that it is a huge scheme. It's very important to them as it is to us for the economy of the country, not just for the people that may be affected by it. And because of that importance, that there is some negotiations around that 80-20 split. I know it may well be a legal issue at the moment, but I think that common sense should prevail, and I hope it does soon. And especially, as you said, when the construction is due to start at the end of this year, I think you said. Am I right?
No, we would hope to be in a position to go to the scheme notification stage by the end of this year. And then once we get confirmation of the scheme, then we move into detailed design, procurement and construction. So the earliest construction is likely to commence would be 2024-25. And as I said, it's likely to be up to a 10-year period. But that's obviously dependent on a number of factors.
Right, apologies, I must have scribbled that down wrong. And just finally, with your indulgence, convener, I asked last week about when we talked about the funding, about industry investment, and I would just like to highlight that again, just for public awareness, what we're doing about, because obviously it helps the industries that we have down near the docks in Grangemouth.
Again, there's nothing confirmed on that, but what I can say is that this question does crop up on a fairly regular basis, both from ourselves, from Scottish Government, and our discussions with industry themselves. There's certainly, from our side, an expectation that industry would contribute, and I think that is understood on both sides. But until we're in a position where we've got more dialogue around that funding mechanism, it's difficult to come up with the actual numbers and the percentage split or a contribution level for each of those industries, and indeed how that would affect any other businesses in the wider community area. Okay. So that will be part of that conversation of the new funding mechanisms and the options for funding mechanisms.
Yeah, but I do think it is important that we highlight that as a local authority we are taking our beg and bowl to both ports, and Mr. Ratcliffe, I won't repeat the comments that I made in private, so thank you. Thanks, convener.
Just to say, from the perspective of COSLA, it's recognised that this scheme is that large, that it should be set aside from the others. And COSLA are very supportive of looking at this in isolation of the others and looking at a different funding mechanism. And one of the key reasons for the setting up of the Grangemouth Future Industries Board was to deal with projects of this magnitude, where we do have business at the table to be able to have those discussions as well. So I think that is all recognised and it's accepted by government, that the 80-20 split would be an unfair burden to put on a single local authority on a scheme of this size. I think it's going to take time to work through all of that, and I think that's where we are at the moment, is having those active conversations with all the stakeholders and going forward, and hopefully as this year progresses, things will start to crystallise and become a bit clearer, and I'm sure Alistair and Dot will keep us updated on the progress of those discussions going forward.
Yeah, I remember the setup of the Grangemouth Industries, the Future Industries Board. I think it was something like 5 minutes after Mr. Ratcliffe threatened to close the INEOS plant in Grangemouth. I remember it well. Okay, thanks, convener. Thanks, Alistair.
It's a forum that's working quite effectively at the moment to develop things, and I think it should be welcomed that the government have recognised the national importance. Okay, I've got Councillor Bissett, Councillor Nimmo, Councillor Hughes, and then I'll go to Councillor Garner to wind up.
Thanks, convener. I'd just like to thank Alistair for his presentation that he gave. It was very interesting and covered so much in it. He discussed that if the project was going ahead, how to protect flora and fauna and look at biodiversity. So he's looked into everything really, and it's a project of such significance that to protect the area, it really needs to go ahead. And there's no prevention is always better than cure, you know. So we're always no point waiting till we get a flood and saying, "Oh, we should have done something." So I fully support the recommendations. I had been thinking along the lines of why don't we put a tidal barrier across the fourth estuary somewhere, but I was looking at further reading the report. I see that's already been considered, and talking and dredging as well. I had thought about that. You know, if you could dredge and sort of lower the water down, or meander the river somewhere else to take the water. And I see there was also consideration given a Carn Valley Reservoir, but these were excluded and arrived at the current sort of best value, if you like, or the best decision overall. So certainly welcome it, and I just wondered if there was any input from the UK government, because we've got the Levelling Up Fund where we bid for Westfield Roundabout, and the Avon Gorge, I believe, we're going to be bidding for that as well, which is one area I'd really like to see developed at Avon Gorge, because I think there was another accident recently. So hopefully that's something we can progress. I just wondered, is there any input or any funds we could bid into for the UK government, as well as trying to reduce that 20% to the Scottish government, our input to the project. So is there any chance that the UK government might put something into this? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. I think at this stage that seems unlikely. Flooding is a devolved matter which comes through the Scottish Environmental Protection Agency and the Scottish Government. So I think that's unlikely. But obviously, if opportunities such as Levelling Up Fund were available when we get to the stage when the bulk of that cost is required at the construction stage, then we would look at other opportunities, whether it was Levelling Up Fund or other opportunities for funding. I think maybe just briefly, just to pick up on something that Councillor Coombs had said, and for some of the other members' benefit as well, the extent of the scheme is fairly significant. I invited quite a number of you to the briefing session last week. This scheme crosses the boundary of 6 of our 9 council wards, so it does have quite a wide geographic spread, all the way from the bus station in Stirling Road and the River Carron, all the way down to the port, and again on the River Avon and some of the tributary burns that come into the Grangemouth burn from the Klondike area and from Pullman and areas like that as well. So the impact of flooding can be quite widespread, and certainly the proposals for the defences are quite geographically spread out as well. And I think that is a point that, although it's known as the Grangemouth scheme, it's important, and that's something that we reflect in our scheme website, that it does protect a number of other communities as well along those different watercourses. And also, Councillor, you mentioned obviously some of those other scenarios, the tidal barriers and dredging of watercourses. The information on these is contained in the options appraisal report. We've also provided information to the community through our scheme website, and that's available for everybody to see. So all these wider options were considered at the first stage of the options appraisal, and for a variety of reasons, some of those have been discounted. Some of them were shortlisted to take further, but have then been dropped off the list. So we're now at a reduced level of a greater level of understanding, but a reduced flexible number of opportunities and solutions that are available to us, which is why we've got this preferred solution going into the next stage of outline design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bissett. Alistair, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, convener. I have to say it's a fantastic project, a very ambitious project as well, but well worth support. We've heard a lot about the financial side of things this morning, because that's going to be a major impact on how we go forward. The project ultimately is going to be determined by the amount of funding available, and that seems to be up in the air at the moment. There's no decision as to the level of funding that's going to be made available for the project. I'm just wondering, what is the council's fallback position if ultimately there's a significant shortfall in funding? Would that mean that we would have to revise our plans, pick and choose which areas that we have to tackle, or how would we go about that?
Thanks, Councillor. Bit of crystal ball gazing, a bit of chicken and egg, what comes first. It is difficult at this stage to understand just exactly how all these conversations might play out. But I think if that scenario came to pass, that government weren't flexible in the 80-20 split, or Falkirk Council weren't able to raise the 20% funding locally, either through ourselves or through other partners in the local area, I think there would have to be considerations into trimming the scheme back to a level that was affordable. But that in itself is very difficult to do. What we cannot do is build some defences that pass the flood risk on to other properties. So in doing one part of the scheme, you can protect them, but actually adversely impact other areas. So it would be a very difficult, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be quite challenging to go through that process and find which areas could be dropped and which areas could be retained. But I think this all comes back really to the project controls that we're putting in place and those gateways that we put in place that will say these are the manageable chunks of development that we can take. We'll review the status at that point, review the costs, review the funding streams, the mechanisms, and understand whether all partners are in a position to take the project to the next stage. It's undoubted that at this stage the financial risk is the major player there, and it's the one that we all want to get some clarity around. So I think we're taking the correct approach, that we'll take a staged, managed, plan-led approach to understand how the project's developing, what the implications of that might be, and how we will actually collectively come to a solution that can allow the scheme to progress.
Okay, thanks, Alice. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hughes.
Yes, thank you, convener. I was just thinking there that obviously climate change, we are told that climate change obviously affects weather patterns. And if you live on a karst area, for example, like Grangemouth is on, or you're next to the coast, then with climate change, you are going to experience more storm surges and possibly coastal erosion. We're also informed that the incidences of flooding is expected to be more severe and more frequent. So if I was, for example, living in Grangemouth, a resident in Grangemouth, I'd be looking for my local authority to do their utmost to protect the area around Grangemouth. And I think the public in general will view this scheme as a step forward, not on the one hand a step forward, but a national, shall we say, for national consideration. And I think the public in general are totally in favour of this scheme. I think that if someone is living in an area which, although might be affected by flooding, but isn't at the moment, and they waken up one morning and they see the water running past their house, and their area becomes a floodplain, in general terms, the value of the property that they live in becomes virtually zero. So I think that in some respects, the protection of the public and protection of property, and also at the same time, protection of industry, which is so important, affects our economy. And I think anything that we can do to assist the public, industry and our economy is so important, and that's why I think that the Grangemouth flood protection scheme is so essential. And as far as I'm concerned, if we looked at every project under the sun that we deal with from the point of view, how much is it going to cost? Nothing would be done. So as far as I'm concerned, the more we can do, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I'm going to go to Councillor Garner to wind up now.
Thank you, convener. I will be quick on this. There's been a lot of good questions asked and excellent answers given by Alistair. I did expect the many questions. That's why I asked a few at the start to sort of the main ones I thought that would come up. And I did expect 100% support behind this. Is all this essential? I'm stunned at Bowness Councillor Lynn Munro, who is a member of the cross-party working group in climate emergency, questioning experts' data and putting cost before communities and businesses. As Alistair says, it's a matter of time before this flood happens, before our flood happens. And quite simply, this has to go ahead for all the communities under threat and the businesses. Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Are we happy to agree the recommendations as in section 2.1?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you for that, colleagues. Move on to item 8, the strategic surface water management. And just to give notice that following the conclusion of this, I think we will take a 30-minute comfort break that allows people to refresh themselves and get something to eat before we reconvene. So it will depend how hungry you are to how long the next item may take. But I'll go again to Dot for the strategic surface water management plan.
Thanks, convener. This report provides an update in relation to the management of surface water across the Falkirk Council area. Section 4 of the report provides
Dot, could you hold on a wee minute? Could everybody make sure they're muted because we've got dreadful feedback? Okay, Dot, do you want to try again?
Yeah, thanks, convener. Does that seem any better?
We're still getting an echo. Can everybody check if they're muted?
From what I can see, convener, everybody is muted.
Try again.
Okay, let's go for it, Dot, and we'll do our best. I don't know why we're getting the feedback, but hopefully it will settle down.
Okay, if you want to stop me if it gets too much, then thanks, convener. So section 4 of the report provides background in relation to our statutory obligations. No.
Maybe I'll log back in again.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That's fine, agreed, move on.
Sorry, colleagues, but it's not it's not coming across well with the echo. I don't know why that's happened all of a sudden.
While we're waiting, I can't wait to be on a quiz where fluvial, pluvial and tidal flooding comes up. We'll all be experts on it.
Happy for me to try again, convener?
Yeah, that's much better this time, Dot. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So this report provides an update in relation to the management of surface water across the Falkirk Council area. Section 4 of the report provides background in relation to our statutory obligations through the Flood Risk Management Scotland Act, and Figure 1 in paragraph 5.9 of the report shows how agreement with the conclusions of the Strategic Surface Water Management Plan forms the first step in achieving local objectives through the development of detailed surface water management plans and local operational plans. Recommendations and conclusions from the Strategic Surface Water Management Plan are attached as Appendix 1 to the report. SEPA's national pluvial modelling, which considers rainfall events, suggests that there are 936 properties at risk of flooding across the Falkirk Council area. Recommendations and outputs from the Strategic Surface Water Management Plan will enable the Council to allocate and prioritise investment towards fulfilling the objectives over this and subsequent flood risk management planning cycles. Reducing flood risk is a key commitment in the National Programme for Government and is becoming increasingly important as climate change is expected to increase the frequency and severity of flooding across Scotland. In Section 3 of the report, consideration has been given to how the recommendations of the report will impact on climate change, and it is clear that taking forward recommendations will have a positive impact on the Council's climate change targets and obligations. We know that weather patterns are changing and instances of flooding are expected to increase in frequency. The development of localised, detailed surface water management plans and operational plans will support the mitigation of flood risk. So to conclude, this report recommends that Executive Committee agrees to the conclusions of the Strategic Surface Water Management Plan and that work proceeds to deliver detailed surface water management plans and operational flood plans to address pluvial flooding risk. Again, David Maley is with us and will be able to assist with any technical queries that members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dot. Councillor Garner.
Thanks again, Convener, and thanks to officers for putting this report together. Surface water flooding, pluvial flooding, happens when rainwater does not drain away through drainage systems or soak into the ground. Surface water flooding is becoming a regular occurrence in not only the Falkirk Council area, but in many countries across the world, causing disruption to people's lives and damage to their properties, as we've seen. With the increased volatility in weather patterns, flash floods being one due to climate change, the effect of surface water flooding is anticipated to become even more unmanageable without preemptive interventions, such as those described in the Strategic SWMP. Reducing flood risk is a key commitment in the National Programme for Government and will become even more important as climate change is expected to increase the frequency and severity of flooding across Scotland. Actions to address flood risk are an important element of the Council's response to climate emergency. The Flood Risk Management Scotland Act 2009 adopts a proactive approach to managing flood risk in Scotland. This established a more sustainable and modern approach to flood risk management that can accommodate the impacts of climate change. This Strategic Surface Water Management Plan allows Falkirk Council to meet its statutory obligations and provide a proactive approach to manage surface water and the continued impact of climate change. Happy to move the report, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Convener. This is an interesting report in that Scotland is divided into 14 local plan districts, and SEPA is responsible for producing a flood risk management plan for each local plan district, and each lead local authority reviews the local flood risk management plan and turns it into a local delivery plan by creating a strategic surface water plan. A pilot area is then recommended. In this situation, Bo'ness has been chosen as the pilot area. In my opinion, the pilot area acts as a model for future action. I look forward to hearing about matters learned. What this report also highlights for me is that instances of flooding are expected to become more severe and occur more frequently. I am happy to second the motion and encourage the committee to agree to the recommendations as set out in paragraph 2. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hughes. I think just understanding the difference between the Grangemouth flood defences and that massive scheme and looking at what's happening within other communities, in particular around the surface water, is quite difficult for the public. So I think that there's a bit of education I think we need to do there. I also think we need to look at some public information around what individuals can do to help mitigate some of the causes around that. And I know some examples are around those that perhaps choose to have astroturf as their garden as opposed to having grass, and making sure that the subsoil etc is suitable for things like that. But I'll now open it up to members. I've got Councillor Kerr first.
Thanks, Katrina. Just a quick question that I've been asked to ask one of my members regarding gullies at the side of the roads. Is there a maintenance programme for these? And if so, can elected members get a insight into it? Or is it just as when we need to go and clear them?
Okay, Dot.
Yeah, quite happy to respond to that, Councillor. Yes, there is a maintenance schedule, and this was the subject of a scrutiny report late last year. We were asked to report on our gully cleansing operation, frequency of gully cleansing, and what had changed. But what I can tell you is that we've recently introduced digital technology to this function. So we have clearer records now than we've ever had, and we can target operations to particular problems quickly and efficiently. The schedule of gully cleaning at the moment, we say that each gully will receive a clean every year. There have been difficulties over the COVID period with achieving that, just down to a number of our staff being absent from work, unfortunately. But we're hoping that we're getting over the crest of that particular difficulty in terms of absences, and we hope to get back on track with our regular schedule of gully cleansing.
Thank you, Dot. I'll pass that information on to my colleague. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kerr. Anyone else who wishes to come in? No. In which case, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. It's now just about 12:30, so if we can take a half-hour break and come back at 1 o'clock. Brian, I understood that maybe Stuart was taking the review of the whistleblowing policy, but he's not online at the moment. Is this something that you or Karen are able to take, or will I come back to this item?
Convener, sorry, just let me get my video going. Yeah, I can pick it up with the aid of my colleagues, because the report is really a wrap report covering a number of different strands. And if I can just say in essence that it's been an effort, in part triggered by comments made by our external auditors, to review a range of different policies and both bring them up to date, and I think also importantly make sure that they align, that they speak to each other, that they're coherent. So there's a suite of these documents that have been caught in this mix here, and they have gone through due process, audit committee, engagement with our partners in the trade unions. You may recall at the previous council meeting, both financial regulations and contract standing orders that were part of that mix were also included. So there's quite a suite of documents in the mix here, and indeed paragraph 4.2 picks these up. I see Stuart's joined us, and without wanting to
and Julie give a body swerve. If Stuart wished to pick up the baton from here, he may wish to. Otherwise, I can continue. So, Stuart, do you want to pick up the report from here?
Yeah, thanks. Apologies, convener. Apologies, Brian. I was having difficulty in trying to log back into to the meeting, so apologies for that. And again, apologies if we're going to repeat something that Brian's already said. So the genesis of this report is from the recommendations from EY in their 1920 annual audit report, and that was a report that was considered by members at the beginning of last year. The report before members this afternoon is part of a suite of policies, strategies and procedures that we agreed that we would review. These were reported to Audit Committee in April and in June of last year, and as Brian set out earlier, the details of each of the policies, strategies and procedures are set out in the table at paragraph 4.2. Again, as Brian's just said, members will know that we reviewed contract standing orders and financial regulations at the last meeting of councils, and members agreed changes to both of these. Rather than rush, we want to take a bit of time to do some more work on the code of conduct for members and officers and the register of interests and gifts. So rather than present that to corporate partnership before Christmas, we wanted to do a bit more work, and we'll present that to corporate partnership forum early this year, and then a subsequent report will come to this forum for members agreement. The review of all of the documents has tried to pick up on best practice and has been in discussion with EY, and Brian's pointed that out. The three documents I'll go through briefly. Whistleblowing policies set out in Appendix 1. And what we've tried to do here is to ensure there's a consistency between the whistleblowing policy and the corporate fraud strategy. And in particular, the changes have made provision for oversight in both of these documents for the role of the monitoring officer. We're also looking at a more collegiate approach with dialogue between officers in finance, governance, people, technology and transformation. The anti-fraud and corruption strategy set out in Appendix 2 of the report, and similar to all of our policies and strategies, we've tried to put this document into plain English. Again, we're looking at introducing a more collegiate approach whilst retaining the independence of the corporate fraud team. Appendix 3 sets out the procedures for investigation of corporate fraud referrals. This document updates and reflects changes made to the two strategies and policies I've referred to earlier. Particular references made to the need for consultation between the corporate fraud team and HR on the potential interface between corporate fraud investigation and the disciplinary process. All three documents, as Brian said, have been through the corporate partnership forum before Christmas. No adverse comments from colleagues in the trade unions. The recommendations are set out in section 2 of the report. Apologies again, convener. Thank you.
Thanks, Stuart, and that's understandable. I think there was a couple of people who had a wee bit of difficulty getting back in, but Brian ad-libbed for you very amiably till you were able to join us. Thank you for outlining the report, and again, that this is something that has been through the audit committee, and I just have to say it's a good piece of work that's been done in reviewing those policies and actually creating that joined up approach so that they're aligned, and that links very well with that single approach across the council area, and hopefully that will set us in good stead for some time to come, and indeed having the procedures for the investigation of corporate fraud referrals and the reporting mechanism that will go to the audit committee around that. I think that shows that we're very open to taking on board what our auditors are saying and reacting appropriately to that. Something that I'm aware is that we've had a lot of policies coming up for review, and I just wondered if there was the potential there to have a more structured way at looking at reviewing our policies so that they come forward in a more managed way rather than having gluts of policies all at the same time. So perhaps, you know, as the policies come forward, having review dates or at its appropriate time scale so that it's actually then hardwired into a system rather than awaiting the flagging up of issues. And I appreciate that's probably something that is there but has maybe fallen a little bit by the wayside due to other priorities in dealing with the pandemic. But I think it's good to be able to just have that marker so that anyone going to look at the policy can see when it was last reviewed and then when it's due to be reviewed again. But I think this is a good piece of work. I hope that we will be able to do a bit of publicity around our whistleblowing policy to encourage people to feel comfortable in coming forward, and that there'll be no detriment to them for doing so, and that there's a good understanding, particularly within management, around the anti-fraud and corruption strategy and awareness around the investigation process. The code of conduct for members and officers, I would hope that we'd be in a position to have that at least ready to agree, if not agreed by the time a new council comes in, because that would be the most appropriate time to do that, rather than have a new council come in and then have to look to review a policy. But that means that members are clear on what the position is. Similarly for officers, but I'm more than happy to move the recommendations as in the report, and thank officers for all the work that they've done, and their partners in the trade unions for their cooperation in this. Councillor Bouse.
Thank you, convener. The whistleblower policies. I tried to find a better term than whistleblower, but really struggled to find anything that I could possibly repeat in this forum. I will however use the term concerned employee, as that is more relevant to the action taken by an employee who is concerned about what they perceive as wrongdoing. It is not always the case that there is actual wrongdoing, but all employees, including elected members, should feel comfortable expressing what they perceive as wrongdoing, and the definitions of duties should be very clear. I welcome the alignment of procedures flowing from EY's annual audit report of 2019-2020. The overall purpose and substance of the policy remains unchanged. However, there are a number of expansions to ensure clarity of roles, responsibilities and actions as laid out in the report. I additionally welcome that the Code of Conduct for members and officers and Register of Interests and Gifts are being reviewed. I would therefore encourage, as the leader has just done, employees to express their concerns should they perceive that wrongdoing is occurring, and I will happily formally second the leader of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Kerr.
Convener, I was saying that, but Gary's.
Apologies, I didn't see your hand in time on that. Okay, I'll open it up now to members. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, convener. Certainly welcome this interlinking of these policies and being reviewed. It's always good to review policies and get the current guidance and bring them up to date. And I certainly agree with your sentiments that we should be having a system where they're flagged up and we know exactly when they're due for review, and we could have a bit more engagement in them. And I'd just like to ask if are we going to report how many investigations we've had, say, in the past year? Is that going to be coming in a report to say we've looked at perhaps 3 or 2 investigations or whatever? I just wonder if there's an opportunity to report on that.
Stuart?
Yeah, thanks, Convener. When we reported to Audit Committee in June, we provided some historic information covering the period April 20 to June 21. And what we said that we would do is in future, going forward, we would report every 6 months on a number of performance indicators relating to fraud referrals and work of the corporate fraud team. So I see there's a date has gone into the diary for the back end of March for the next meeting of Audit Committee. So that'll be the second report that we'll bring to members that will set out the work of the corporate fraud team, including the number of referrals that there's been since we reported in June of last year.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bissett. Is there any other questions or comments? No, I'll be happy to agree the report. Oh, okay, Joan.
Thanks, Cecil. It is quite a long and detailed report, and I was trying to flick through to find the exact points that back up my understanding of this report. I think that I'm not on the Audit Committee, and I would have thought that they would have brought this forward. The internal audit, the resources that we have are severely depleted, and I understand that it's a very small team with a very big remit, as many of our departments are. And as I say, I'm trying to flick through EY's report, but I remember when I was reading it at the weekend that I got a general oversight from EY that there seems to be a weakness somewhere in the senior officers' oversight of how these procedures are being looked at. Now, I'm not sure if anybody else got that from it, but I would like to ask either Brian or Stuart. As I said, I'm so sorry that I didn't write down what paragraph it was, but in my notes, that was what my general consensus was on reading the report.
The auditors did flag up concerns around the staff and the complement and the time it's taking. That was discussed at Audit Committee in detail. Now I will give the opportunity for either the convener or Brian or Stuart, whoever wishes to respond to that, but I certainly know it was raised at the Audit Committee.
I know, it was just to see if it's been raised, then obviously it's important. What are we doing about it is the further question from that.
Yeah. Nigel's want to come in and then I'll come to Stuart.
Sorry, my mouse was going wild around the screen. I wasn't doing what I was told. Yes, just to confirm what the leader said. This was discussed at the last audit committee in the context of this year's external auditors report, which of course we'll be considering tomorrow at the council meeting. But specifically in relation to staffing, we in the audit committee did identify with respect to the corporate fraud investigation a certain tardiness in getting focused interviews as part of the process. which we think was probably down to staffing. And there were there are general other issues, particularly with respect to internal audit, over the timescale of filling the vacancy. So yes, you're correct in what you say, that we are down numbers with respect to the internal audit team. So yeah, we went through this at some length at the audit committee. Thanks.
Thanks, Nigel. Stuart, do you want to perhaps answer the question about what we're doing to address the issue?
Yeah, thanks. And I think that there are probably three issues here, and I don't think we should conflate the three issues. If we look at internal audit to start off with, so I suppose we've got an internal audit team, corporate fraud team, and they do similar work, but are different teams. If you look at the internal audit team, we are currently recruiting for an additional internal auditor to supplement that team. And I think when when the audit committee met last week, Brian was saying that the response to the advert had not been great, but that was symptomatic, I think, of the marketplace at the moment, and was a situation that wasn't unique to Falkirk. So we're trying to boost the internal audit resource that we have, and we'll see where that recruitment process takes us. If we turn to corporate fraud team, we've had a long-term absence in the corporate fraud team, which has depleted the resource that has been available to us to carry out work. So I think everybody knows that the internal audit section and the corporate fraud section are small in number anyway, so you take one long-term absence out of that and it's got a significant impact on the resource that's available to us. So that deals with the issue of capacity. On a separate issue, EY have said that part of the things that we could improve on in terms of best practice is to look at doing some fact-finding interviews as part of the initial work of the corporate fraud team. And that idea of doing fact-finding interviews has now been included in the procedures that are in front of you. But I think it'd be important just to stress to committee that the fact that we have been short of resources is not the reason that we haven't done fact-finding interviews. It's because it wasn't part of our procedures before, but has now been built into our new procedures. So I guess that's the 3 points that I would make, and I think it's important not to conflate these 3 points.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. I think that's helpful clarity for members.
Has helped that it's not just for members, Stuart. I think that for the people that we represent, they need to know that we're keeping our own house in order, as it were, as far as these important issues are concerned, especially as we run up to budgets. Every penny's a prisoner, as they say. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. On that, I'll go back to the question, are we content to accept the report?
Agreed.
Yep.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 10, which is the Platinum Jubilee. And if people remember back, we did have a report on this a couple of meetings ago. However, there had to be further discussions within education. So I think it's Mr. Naylor that's going to take this to feedback on the outcome of that.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, as the leader has already said, it was agreed in August that the May holiday would be moved to accommodate an additional day to mark the Platinum Jubilee. And what was required was that we went back to schools because holiday dates had already been published. So in summary, Scottish Government agreed that instead of the required 190 school days per year, that we could apply for an exceptional school closure, so that the schools would only operate for 189 days. That meant that there's no difficulty in stopping the holiday that was scheduled to be on the 2nd of May and moving to the 3rd of June date. So that was agreed by head teachers and the teaching trade unions. The thing that was slightly more complicated was that the Scottish Government required us to continue to have 1140 hours. So there wasn't an option to reduce the ELC provision by a day. So what we've had to do, and it's set out in paragraphs 3.1 and 4.1 onwards, is that in order to maintain 1140 hours, we've come up with two different options. One is to offer parents either an extra full day or 2 extra half days during the summer of 2022, and for ELC classes that operate within primary schools to compensate for the day that would be lost. Then we've identified 2 weeks in May of this year where we would extend the number of hours available on each day. That means that the offer of 1140 hours is honoured for all our ELC parents. The final issue was a consideration around the fact that a number of pupils travel from the Denny, Backnock area to St Modens High School in Stirling. Stirling had already taken the decision that they were not going to change their holiday dates vis-a-vis the Jubilee holiday. So we explored what the possibilities around that were, and the short answer is that there isn't a solution. So we will, or the families in those areas will have a situation where their children have a school day in May. If they've got secondary and primary school children, then there will be some disruption to those families. But when we explored it further, and whilst we try to align our 5 in-service days every year, we only generally manage to align 2 of the 5. So this is not an unknown phenomenon to those parents. So on this occasion, it's just unfortunate that there might be some disruption where a secondary child might be off while a primary child is at school, and vice versa for the 2 dates that are in question. Happy to take any questions, convener.
Thank you, Robert. Who would have thought it would have been this difficult to arrange an extra holiday? But there we are. There's things that unintended consequences to all of those things, and that's what you've been trying to work through from the point of view of education. This is a one-off. It's a special occasion, so it's not something that is going to be continuous every year. And I think that through the discussions that you've had, we've come up with what can be best offered in order to meet our obligations and to accommodate as many people as possible. And as you've said, that the challenge around the Denny families and St Modens has already is managed through the inset days. So I think but we've got to a pragmatic approach that we can take, and I'm happy to move the recommendation as in the paper. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, convener. All I'm going to say is I'm happy to second and formally second this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. Anybody got any comments or questions they would want to make in relation to this? Are we happy to accept?
Great.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Item 11 is part of our Council of the Future programme, and it's community shaping Falkirk's future. and it is Kenny Gillespie that's going to take this one.
Thanks, convener. Okay. The reports in front of the committee outlines the section 1 of the report outlines the purpose of it and also seeks to update committee of the work of this project. This project will transform Falkirk Council's culture, processes and systems. It makes us more responsive and collaborative in the way we work with communities and deliver significant benefits. It also supports us meeting our duties under the Community Empowerment Act. Within section 3 of the report, you'll see that this project is one element of the wider Enabling Communities programme. The project focuses on implementing systems, processes and culture changes that are giving council officers new skills, tools and resources to work more closely with communities. Now, this will ensure that council officers can empower Falkirk residents to actively participate in the definition, design and delivery of their public services. It outlines the approach and work that the team has completed over the past 12 months. As a result, we now understand what more needs to be done to fully embrace this approach as a one council going forward and to meet the recommendations of the recent Best Value audit. The investment in change will benefit Falkirk Council and Falkirk residents and communities. Within section 4 outlines achievements to date, and notably its work has featured in the Best Value audit report, which distinctly noted that the culture of how we wish to work with communities is noticeably changing. Section 5 outlines the benefits of the project, and as you can see, there is many benefits, but are increasing our ability to support communities to do more for themselves by ensuring that council officers have the skills, tools and confidence to work alongside communities. Section 6 outlines how we plan to measure the success of this project across the various strands of the work. Section 7 and 8 outline really some of the key things we have learned as we progress through the project. And just in conclusion, convener, we are pleased to add that there is enthusiasm and support for this project and its work across all the services of the council and our communities. Community Shaping Falkirk's future has set us up with good foundations to do things differently as a council in a way that will benefit communities that want to work alongside Falkirk. If I take you back to the recommendation which is laid out in section 2, convener, I'm happy to answer any questions, and so is my colleague Jen Kerr, who's on the call as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. This is a project that I'm really pleased to see has been taken forward, and I had the opportunity to speak with some of our communities just about how they feel that this has been embraced by the council, and it is starting to make a difference, albeit at an early stage. We prior to the pandemic, we made a conscious decision that to turn things around, that rather than designing services and giving them to the communities, that we needed to see what communities actually wanted and needed and look to design the services around that. And we saw how well that approach particularly worked during the pandemic, and how much more we were able to deliver by way of support within our communities, having taken that approach. And some of the achievements are in section 4 around all of that, and our Community Choices programme is not detached from that, and is part of all of that bigger picture. And we have really been, it has been taken on board a lot by community groups, and they've liked the different way of engaging. They've liked the fact that they can actually have a real influence within their own community, and as Kenny said, supporting them to do more for themselves within their community, but by giving the tools to do that. And there's a number of examples already out there that are actually delivering for communities, and it will take time, because that is something that we would recognise, because we need to build up that collaboration and that trust with our communities going forward, and that's something that doesn't happen overnight, and every area may be at a different stage in doing that. But it's the fact that we can enhance the well-being within our communities and doing that, and giving them the credit for knowing what's best for them, and not telling them what we think is best for them. So I'm really pleased with the work that's gone on within our communities team, and very supportive of the direction of travel. And we have a great team that's out there working with our communities, but also working with the third sector, particularly our anchor organisations such as CVS and others, Stennismuir Football Club and others that are emerging, and we want those anchor organisations to further develop going forward, because they will actually then create a whole host of benefits, not just around health and wellbeing, but economic benefits in SMEs and social enterprises that will evolve from that, which will have far more ownership, but by the way that it's been developed. So I'm really pleased to see this update, and I'm very supportive of the team going forward, and look forward to seeing this further develop, and recognised that this is one of the real positives that has come and developed through the pandemic, and recognised again and noted in our best value report as a very positive way for Falkirk to go, and indeed others are looking at how we are developing that. So I'm happy to move the recommendations to note the report. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to echo your thoughts and your thanks to Kenny, Jen and the rest of the team, and agree that the Community Choices Fund aligns very well with this going forward. This is an innovative project which will support the development and mainstreaming of an empowering approach to working with communities across Falkirk Council area. This will provide officers with the necessary skills to work with and for communities by implementing systems, processes and culture, providing tools and resources. This will ensure council officers can assist Falkirk residents to actively participate and shape Falkirk's future. Some streams are well established within their communities and provide group members with the knowledge, skill and tools to undertake various projects. Groups are already benefiting, and these vary from increasing community ownership of previously owned council buildings to relatively new schemes like the Winter Warden, which is continuing to expand across the area. Community litter picking groups, which are now expanding from initially just taking pride in their area, but now inspiring others and adopting local parks. We currently have 12 such groups supported through the Environmental Improvement Fund, which is excellent and their work really appreciated. And we have around 25 other community groups involved in our community growing initiative. This is only a few of the many groups and individuals who are being supported and working alongside Falkirk Council. Again, it's about cultural change, enabling and empowering. Thanks, Convener. Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. I'd just like to thank Kenny and Jen and the rest of the team for the report. And I know it's just for noting the report, and the progress will be reported in future meetings. As everybody knows, our corporate vision is involving communities, and I would like to see other departments in Falkirk Council taking that same view, that before we make any decisions, we go to the people who it affects first. As we said previously this morning with flood protection, Alistair and his team are going to consultate first before we do anything, which is vital. And I can't remember who mentioned it this morning. They bring the residents forward with you. Getting their views is vital for that. There's been a couple of instances recently where all members support the vision, but I would have liked to have seen the consultation first. So probably just a comment to say for Kenneth and his team, if we could get the rest of the directors to take this view in mind and bring our communities forward with us. I'm sure all the groups that Paul mentioned, we can do that in other areas as well. But happy to support the report, convener. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, James. I've got both Kenneth and Kenny want to come in, so I'll go to Kenneth first, and then I'll come back to Kenny.
Yes, thank you, convener. I just wanted to emphasise, in response to Councillor Kerr's point, that this is an all-council project. You know, so that this is absolutely for all services, for all departments. It's a central team which is supporting this better and improved and more modern approach in line with, you know, everything that flows from Christie and the Community Empowerment Act. This is an all-council approach. It's not something we're doing in particular areas. It's something we're rolling out right across the council. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Kenneth. Kenny?
Convener, very much on the same lines as what Kenneth says, just that any new project that requires consultation does have to come through this team. This was supported by all directors as part of the Council of Future project. So I have to say it is taking time, but as I said within the report, and hopefully, apologies, maybe didn't clarify it clear enough, there is great support from other services to go there, but we are changing a culture that's been in there for years. So yes, there is a lot of positive movement in this, and certainly going in the right direction, because it does really help having the communities behind us.
Okay, thanks, Kenny. Councillor Munro?
Thank you, convener. I think we all agree that we want more community engagement. We want communities to be involved in decision making, however difficult it might be. But in the round, if you look at best practice in business, what it means is seeing people on the ground. And in some communities, people don't see anyone from the council at all most of the time. And smaller communities don't feel that council actually understands their needs and concerns. And I had a very fraught meeting with my community council on just this issue only last week. So I don't think we're there, and I think we're at the beginning of it, but I don't think it's just up to Jen and her team, as Kenneth and Kenny have said. It really requires an involvement by everyone within the Falkirk Council organisation to understand that you know, we all work for our communities, and we can't do a proper job without listening to them first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Don't know whether Jen maybe wants to say something around that, or Kenny around that community engagement part.
Yep, if you don't mind. As I said earlier, we are certainly on a journey, but we're also using a third sector as well. And I think that's the bit that we're also using more and more, Councillor, that we have to get involved. As I said, this is a project that's certainly taking us in a direction that we want to go. Are we in infancy? I think we're beyond that now. We know the strategy we want to take. COVID has not helped, and I'm not making that excuse, because I'm really proud of the team and what we've achieved over the last 2 years with this, as it was recognised within the Best Value report through the constraints of COVID and how we have used the third sector. So I think we're getting there. Is it where Jen and the team want to be? Absolutely not. Can we do better? Will we do better? Absolutely. And I think that's the energy that's in with this team, but also requires the support of all the members as well to help us. We're never not contactable. You can get us at any time, so more than happy to in the words of Jen, rock up at any meeting that's required, to meet any constituents, that can help, because we are part of a community. We're part of a community planning board as well, where we have other partners who again have provided their support for any issues that come within your communities. So we are getting there, and as they say, we will do better and get there quicker.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Okay, as there are no more hands up, are we happy to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, move on to item 12, which is the Scottish Government budget and the local government settlement. And I'll hand over to Brian.
Thank you, convener. So this is an updated version of the paper which went to the member budget working group just before Christmas. At that point, we had the aggregate position flowing from the Scottish Government budget, but not the individual council position, which of course is what really counts at the end of the day. I propose just to zero in on certain parts of the report, which I think are particularly pertinent, and the first and most significant is at section 4.2 on the revenue support grant. So we started with a position where we had a modest expectation or projection that we would get a uplift of 1% in our grant. And that was underpinned by a recognition of the backlog of rising inflation, and also in terms of the spending review, where the 3-year profile had next year as the best year, with this 2 years behind it more problematic. In the event, accepting the overall aggregate settlement was broadly flat cash, i.e. a real terms reduction. Our cash figure for Falkirk was $1 million below last year. So that's clearly a very disappointing position, and as we'll see, feeds through to our budget gap. COSLA, understandably, were disappointed with the settlement, and that has led to a letter from all leaders across Scotland, every council, regardless of political persuasion, writing to both the First Minister and the Cabinet Secretary to register concerns at the settlement. So we'll just have to wait and see if anything materialises from that, but recognising that the Scottish Government's own finances are challenging. I would just perhaps note a particular positive at para 425, just the last sentence there, where there's now a commitment from the Scottish Government to provide individual forward settlement projections at the local council level, and that's expected to materialise later this year, late spring, early summer, and probably around May. So that will be a major boost to forward financial planning, and will materially help feed into the updated business plan that we'll be looking to do later in the year, aligning with the updated corporate plan. The next area to draw attention to in terms of its significance and indeed topicality is section 4.3 with council tax. And there's maybe 3 or 4 points I want to bring out here. The first one is the removal of the constraint, which has been with us for a long time, a decade freeze, and then a degree of headroom allowed with the 3% rises. And this has always been a major COSLA ask. So that's been granted. What we need to remember is that a 3% rise has already been assumed and baked into the budget gap figures that are already there. So any increase in council tax geared to help close the budget gap will be 3% plus. And as the paper notes at 432, the estimated yield from a 1% rise in council tax is in the order of 700,000. So you can see the simple equation of what you would get for each percent rise in council tax, were members minded to do that. And the last point, I think, is a particularly pertinent one by way of context, and that's the table at para 433 at the bottom of page 226. And that's just reminding us of where Falkirk sits relative to other councils in terms of its council tax rate, and indeed flows from a legacy stance taken by the council before the council tax freeze came in, where, as an imperative, Falkirk sought to have one of the lowest council taxes in mainland Scotland, and I think we're about the fifth lowest going into the forthcoming budget round. And you can see from the bottom line in that table, just picking a sample of several councils, the implications, the impact of us having, in those relative terms, a council tax rate at the level we were locked into at the time the council tax freeze came in. So these other councils, or turn it round the other way, had we had in Falkirk the same council tax rate as those illustrative other councils had, you can see from the bottom line the extra council tax yield, sorry, that we would have received each and every year in the interim, which 10 years plus several years post the freeze. So that's a significant factor and a significant context that members, I think, will want to have regard to when they come to their budget deliberations. Para 44 picks up in the National Insurance Levy. As things sit, that was not funded in the settlement. We expected it to be. The employer's contribution has been in England, and indeed this is one of the major areas, not the only one by any means, but one of the major areas COSLA have been lobbying the Scottish Government on. So again, we will need to see if anything positive comes from those representations. Clearly anything would be very, very welcome. Fiscal flexibilities at 4.5 are already in play in terms of consideration at the last budget round, albeit, as you'll know from reports to the executive over the course of the year, we've delayed actual implementation of it, but it will need to be, given the size of the gap, a significant card to play in the forthcoming budget round. Reserves are another area that we need to have regard to in the budget mix, and you can see at para 462 and the range of bullets that have a dozen or so bullet points there, the elements that members would properly want to have regard to in considering harnessing reserves as part of a potential solution to bridging the budget gap. Turning briefly to capital at 4.8, our expectation of the level of grant was virtually spot on. It had been pretty well flagged beforehand that there wouldn't be much movement from the existing position. And that, of course, is disappointing given the pressures, which we'll touch on the next report in the agenda, coming through. And as the Member Budget Working Group will see tomorrow at its meeting, the pressures on the General Services Capital Programme in terms of aspirations coming through in bids relative to the resources available. So another very difficult circle to square there. And I think that leads us naturally to the very last paragraph in the paper, Convener 5.2, and the 3 bullets there that conclude the report that are the key go-tos that members will need to have regard to in terms of the configuration they decide on to balance the budget, service savings options, the council tax, which we've mentioned, and reserves, which we've also touched on. Before I conclude, Convener, can I just draw the committee's attention to Appendix 1 on page 230, which sets out the budget gap, and just pick out a few particular points that those numbers in that table at the top of the page are telling us. The first point to make, and it's not a helpful one, is that the top line, the budget gap in column 22-23, which you can see just short of 27 million, 26.8 million, based on advice we've had from our energy team and reflecting the state of the energy market, which clearly is a very topical issue, a lot of attention being directed in the media to the impact on personal household impact and related fuel poverty. That, of course, also feeds through to us as corporate players. So the upshot of that is that very, very recently, we've been advised that over and above what we'd already built in, there's a further 2 million of cost for gas and electricity. So that's pretty much hot from the press in terms of information that's been made available and relates to the procurement process at the national level, which is followed for energy purchase. So what was already a very challenging gap is that bit worse now. You can see in the column, as you cast your eye down, the options that we have before us in terms of how that's bridged, which basically accords with the 3 bullets I've mentioned at 5.2. So you had service savings. We have the IJB as part of that mix. There's nothing in for reserves at this point, and we have plugged in towards the bottom of that column 5.3 million from those fiscal flexibilities. But the important point, or a important point to draw out from this table, is if you cast your eye to the right, to the year 23-24, the year beyond next year, and what lies there. And indeed, the figures for all these 3 years are currently being reviewed and updated. So there will be some change in these figures, but substantively, they're sufficient for our purpose just now to tell the story. So we start off in the very first line with an estimated budget gap of short of 11.5 million. Then we need to add on those elements that are one-offs, i.e. they're not sustainable ways for balancing the 22-23 budget. And clearly the biggest element of that is the fiscal flexibilities. It buys you 1 year, but you've got to pay the piper. And he's coming to collect in 23-24. So you can see with those adjustments just at the top end of that statement, that column, that as things sit, that's already sitting at 17 million. Any reserves that are harnessed to help balance 22-23 will go straight onto that current figure of 17 million and fall to be found in that subsequent financial year. So what that's telling us is, one, there's challenges, big challenges beyond the year immediately before us, and that on the back of that, we need to take a broader and more medium-term view of the types of decisions that are going to be made at the March budget meeting, recognising it's not just a case of resolving 22-23, 23-24 follows quickly behind it. And then there's 24-25 and 25-26. And underpinning these numbers is the recurrent reality that our biggest source of of income, our biggest resource, the revenue support grant, which we've touched on in the body of the report, continually falls short of the cost base that we're incurring. And that's compounding, that's accumulating year after year. And most noticeably in terms of pay, because pay is our biggest element on the expenditure side of the equation, similar to revenue support grant being the biggest element on our income side of the equation. And they are not aligned. Pay is running and has run ahead of what we're getting in grant. And of course, there's general inflation. So therein lies the core of the financial difficulty that we face. I'll stop there, Convener. I think I've conveyed from a Chief Finance Officer point of view the main elements that I would want to bring to the Executive's attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, for taking us through that and giving us a bit of understanding, not just for this year, but certainly for future years, and the need to keep that horizon scanning ongoing. While there's disappointment with the local government settlement, it has to be considered within the competing priorities that face all levels of government. Scottish Government have little by way of flexibility because the bulk of their funding comes through Westminster and the block grant, and there's been sustained reductions year on year. All governments of whatever persuasion can dress up their budgets to suit the message that they want the public to hear, but having been faced with a real terms cut of 7.1% revenue and 9.7% capital from the UK Treasury can't be disguised. Even the Fraser of Allender Institute, commenting on the Scottish budget block grant, indicated it's not very generous when asked for their views. It is, however, helpful to look at it in context and the differences between governments. Both the Scottish Government, both are focused on recovery, but the key differences in the approach is between the UK Government is the removal of all COVID-19 related funding, as if somehow the pandemic is over and all that extra cost pressure has gone is quite farcical and will have a hugely negative impact locally and in Scotland's recovery overall. There are areas of business that are still in response mode. Our health and social care is still very much under pressure, and that will have an extended impact, quite possibly beyond this year, and will be with us for quite some time if we start to look into our health service. Westminster have chosen to use additionality to fund the impacts as a result, they will come through to Scotland on sporadic funding by way of consequentials, making it very difficult to plan effectively and fund that recovery. Health and social care are very much in response mode, along with education and the economy, supporting businesses who have been significantly impacted, but the Scottish Government is limited in its funding envelope, therefore it has to prioritise. There'll be undoubtedly pressures in other areas due to Scottish Government having limited ability to raise additional revenue beyond what comes from Westminster, as unlike the UK Government, they don't have the ability to borrow. In fact, we as a council probably have far more ability to borrow than the Scottish Government does. The Government have had to direct limited resources in dealing with competing priorities, part of which is having to deal with the mitigation of the impacts of Westminster austerity. For example, the reduction in universal credit, placing those already in poverty deeper into poverty, and the millions that has gone into mitigating the bedroom tax, and the fact that the UK Government has done nothing to recognise the cost of living impacts, particularly around energy costs. And Brian has just further highlighted an additional impact that will come to us as a local authority, as it will to other local authorities, and that is a reserved matter to Westminster, and it's something that they really need to step in and do something about. We have yet to see the full cost of Brexit, as that has been shrouded around the pandemic and not necessarily being properly realised. If the funding that the Scottish Government is directing to help address those negative impacts were made available to them, including to local government, so much more could be done, but it's about priorities. And one example being is the choice of the Scottish Government around the Scottish Child Payment to try and help and mitigate the poverty that our young people, many of who in Falkirk are living in. It leaves us, like all local authorities, irrespective of political makeup, with a significant challenge. Political posturing, I have no doubt, will take place, but what is more important is to be continued representations to the Scottish Government regards the settlement, to seek flexibility within the existing envelope, and that will help ease the pressures and help us through a very difficult and challenging process. That has to, however, be constructive. It's been highlighted in the best value review that there's a need for members to work collaboratively, to build our budget, and in doing so to seek to limit the impact on our communities using what tools we have at our disposal, which include reserves, council tax and the fiscal flexibilities, as well as service savings, which will undoubtedly mean some very difficult decisions will have to be made, many of which will become more difficult because of the understandable reluctance to take decisions in the past. Furthermore, we need to continue the discussions with Scottish Government beyond the budget to seek and influence the spending review, which is to take place in May, to ensure that local government is treated along with other government priorities fairly, and that we are currently will continue to work towards doing that, and having the ability to have multi-year indications of settlements is really helpful in being able to plan to do that. We are currently in the process of building our budget within Falkirk and working towards our date of the 2nd of March. We will need to use all the tools that are available to us that Brian has highlighted, as well as having the courage to make some really difficult decisions. At the same time, looking wherever we can to limit the impacts on our citizens and communities. While this is a report by way of information to members, it is something that is very, very pertinent and would ask everyone to consider and accept the recommendations in section 2 in light of where we are, and recognise that we have a budget working group later in the week and look and commit to working collaboratively to build that budget for the whole of the Falkirk district. Thank you. Members, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener. Just come in to second what you said there, but reserve the right to come back in later.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. I will now open it up to members. And in which case, are we happy to accept the report?
Agreed.
Sorry, Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Cecil. I didn't think you'd see me there. I do take issue with some of your figures in that this year the UK government provided Scotland with the largest ever settlement it has received in over 20 years, and the Scottish government chose not to share any element of that additional funding with local authorities, and you know that as well as I do, which makes our job much more difficult. As Brian Smale pointed out, we can't even fund our additional increases in wages, and that means that basic services to communities as a result will suffer. And while you highlight some of the issues, we have to talk across the board. And frankly, listening to Brian's report and the fact that we have these difficulties not just this year but next year also, means that we really need to think about how and what we spend, because as Brian has pointed out, we are actually spending more than we earn, and we can't go on doing that, because with fiscal flexibilities this year and whatever we borrow from reserves, that will go straight on to next year and compound the problem for next year. So we are in a difficult place, and you're right, there are difficult decisions that have to be made, and essentially we need to actually think about those things that matter most, basic things that matter most to our communities, rather than carrying on with business as usual. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. I look forward to your engagement within the budget process going forward. Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Convener. A fairly bleak picture being painted of the budget gap and how we're going to cover it. We've had our budget cuts at 2010, I believe, every year, pre-COVID, pre-energy increases. If a budget was cut for Westminster at 2%, it was quadrupled onto local government. So it was a political choice, not an economic necessity, and that was fairly clear. The local government is being disrespected, even though Nicola Sturgeon, in a letter to the 32 council leaders, said local government's necessary and works well together. We deliver early learning and childcare, and you can dress the figures up as much as you want. The fact is that we're underfunded, and COSLA and SPICE recognise that. So it's going to be a hard journey. We are where we are at the minute, and we've got to try and close that gap. How that's going to be done, I'm sure the public will become aware of the service cuts in due time, and they can make their own judgment come the elections in May. I think it's an appalling position that we've been put in, and enough is enough, and we really need to be better funded. It can't go on that you've got the inflationary element, you've got wage increases, and we're never meeting that. We're just, every year we just can't close that gap. So we do need some compromise here and some sensible talking. We can have all the collaboration and talking, but still we can close that gap. So we definitely need some leeway, and I really hope when Nicola Sturgeon sits down with Alison Evison and our presidential team at COSLA, that there can be a sense check, and we can really look at perhaps bringing some additional funding, because it's just unacceptable. And the public are becoming more and more aware of the service cuts that we see locally, the job cuts, the service cuts, and I think that they'll become aware of that in due time. But I really, really hope that somehow we can have some additional funding to close that gap. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you, Robert, and I look forward to your proposals to where you think that funding should come from.
No doubt you'll get them.
Councillor Garner. I've got Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. I don't want to get involved in a tit-for-tat argument here, and I agree with Councillor Bissett there. We do need to be better funded, but I think we need to be better funded as a country from Westminster. And I keep hearing the figures from him. Between 2010 and 2018, the Scottish Budget Block Grant fell by 6%. Since 2018, it's still 2% lower than 2011. That's for the Institute for Fiscal Studies. So, yes, I've got a question here for Brian, and it's in relation to the council tax, which you touched on. And why the decisions were made in previous years, I'm not sure, Brian. To get us into the position we are just now, as you say, the 5th lowest council in Scotland. And I'm not sure if you'll be able to give me an idea of this figure or not. If we had been more aligned to our neighbouring councils in relation to council tax, where would we be just now, in your opinion, Brian, obviously?
You, convener. Maybe, first of all, just to say a little bit about the history here, insofar as there was a clear stance, ultimately a political stance at that time, and I think one would say for understandable reasons, to keep council tax low and reduce the impact on those that have had to pay the tax. So that was a long-standing position. There was parallels with what we were looking to do with rent, which again prevails to this day, albeit the housing revenue account doesn't have the acute financial pressure that the general fund has. But again, for I think understandable reasons, a clear intent to keep rent as low as could reasonably be done for our tenants, given the inevitable financial pressures. So that gives a sort of flavour of the imperative or the thinking that led to that particular stance. And it was just a case of the freeze came in, and I think nobody at the time would have foreseen the longevity of it lasting a decade. And whereas maybe initially there was a thought this is going to come in for a year or two, whatever it may have been, and then the latitude to set an individual council tax rate would return. And of course that finally has. In terms of the impact, I think the only way you can really look at it is by casting your eye just as a reference point to the table at the bottom of page 226. And there's just several councils there have been picked, if not quite at random, just as beacons or reference points. And obviously at the extreme right-hand column, Midlothian from that sample is the most extreme in relative terms, in terms of the difference. But if we take the middle one there, what that table's telling us is if we had had the same council tax as Stirling, or indeed any council you may choose to take, but if we take Stirling, each and every year of the council tax freeze over this decade, we would have had close on 7. And one on the back of that, I think, can probably quite readily see year after year that relative difference compounds and puts more and more pressure on us. And I think it's one of the key factors that lead us to the position we're at today with the budget gap that's outlined in the appendix to this report. So unquestionably, having a lower level of council tax through all those years means that, in simple terms, we have not had the cash injection from that source that other councils with a higher tax rate and base have relative to us. So it would have made a difference, and the figures would suggest probably quite a significant difference. But I don't think we can say much more than that.
Thanks, Brian. Really appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Coombs.
Thanks, Cecil. I wasn't going to speak on this, but as every year at budgets, I get quite exercised about this. Brian put it very eloquently about our income and our expenditure, but basically the bottom line is that this is dire, even more so, as he says, the cumulative effect of years and years of being underfunded mean that the choices that we're left with to take on behalf of our communities, it's basically which of your facilities or which of your services do you want to do without? The previous conversation about the community involvement, I understand that, and absolutely we should be listening to our communities, but basically they're being asked, do you want that rock or do you want that hard place? The budget online consultation is an absolute farce, as far as I can see, with leading questions. I would advise anybody, and I want all members of the public to go on there and look, because it's like, well, what have we done really well during this pandemic? You know, what services do you love? Because if the service doesn't get mentioned there, it might just get cut. It's absolutely disgraceful. We are putting this out there as though we love our communities and we want to hear what they're saying, but the bottom line is we don't have the funding, and that means we will have less people, we will have less services, and we will have less facilities. As I said, I hope that we get more than the usual 22 people responding to these consultations. And I think, as far as, I'm not going to go into arguing about which government is treating us worse or why, because as far as I'm concerned, it's a plague on all their houses.
Going to get to a question?
Sorry?
Not
Is that the convener speaking? No, I don't have a question. I'm making a statement. I didn't think that that wasn't allowed. I wasn't aware that you were making the rules, Councillor Gardner. But it's okay. I'll wind up now, because the gap will be plugged by all the wonderful volunteers that are out there picking up their own litter, planting their own flower beds and running their own community halls. Thanks. And thanks, Councillor Gardner.
Okay, is it Councillor Rice?
Thank you, convener. I had reserved earlier on. You know, I've said a few times, and I think, or I hope some have looked what I've asked them to do. I think you touched on it, Cecil, with the Fraser Valander Institute, when they state that, because I think there was, it wasn't said today, it has been said in the past, about the 8% rise. Yeah, it's an 8% rise from the 2019-2020 budget. So over a 3-year period, it works out about a 2.65% rise over that period, maybe even only 2.5%, because you would have cumulative increases. So this massive rise isn't quite the massive rise that at times it's portrayed to be. When you've got within that 15% of the increase that did come this year will go to health and social care. If people want to cut it from there, I mean, do I want more money for local government? Of course I do, but where can you take it from? The 300 million for doubling the Scottish child payment. I know the Labour Party, I know in Holyrood, have supported that. In fact, I think they called for it before it was done as well. So do we reverse that? The increase in teachers over the next 5 years, the investment in that, which I think is equivalent to 200 million a year. Do we reverse that as well? Do we reverse establishing a social security system with dignity at its heart, as opposed to some of the stuff that we get from down south? What do we want to reverse? A lot of these monies as well, and again, if you look at the Fraser Valander Institute, it tells you a lot of these monies, and I think Brian will agree, comes into councils, but they're actually going, they're partially ring fenced, I think is the way they describe it. So is that there's stuff for wages, for getting up to £10.50 minimum wage to cover that side of things. Again, do we go to the living wage of the rest of the UK, or do we keep it at the Scottish living wage? I appreciate everybody will have their political points, but you've got to be able to say, if we're going to get that, where are we going to get it from? And that's always going to be the hard part to do here. Yeah, budgets are coming up. We'll see where they come up. We'll see what people put in, and we'll all do it. And I would hope that we would all agree this. We'll all do our best, and whatever we're doing in our budget considerations over the next few weeks. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. If there is no one else, just to say I fully agree with what you're saying. There's only so many ways you can cut a cake, and if we want more money from local government, then we're going to have to be prepared to actually see where we want that to be taken from, particularly when the cake's not getting any bigger. And you're absolutely, again, in answering Councillor Munro's point around the monies that have come from Westminster, again, they've been for a specific purpose and are not available to be distributed any other way. And in fact, there's been many criticisms of Scottish Government for perceivedly not passing on all the Barnett consequentials. So I think, as I've said, people will dress up things in a political way, but some things are facts and you can't change those. Now, I'm not going to ask people, whether they're happy with the report, but we ask people to accept the recommendation that this is a position as it is. It is a fluid position, as Brian said. There are still uncertainties, and that those we'll need to work through as we get towards our budget meeting on the 2nd of March, and looking to set a balanced budget. We have a task ahead of us, a significant task, and not one that any of us are going to particularly enjoy, but it is one that we have responsibilities for, and to be able to work collaboratively to reach that balanced budget and limiting the impact on our communities. So if we're content with that's where we are, and if we can move on to item 13 and the capital programmes update report. Ryan.
Thanks, convener. So this is the last item on the agenda, and it's the last capital projection report for this financial year, albeit there will be a revenue one going to the February meeting. The front end of the report at section 4.1 again highlights the issues of cost pressure and slippage, and indeed slippage is a continuing problematic area that's been picked up, as you'll be well aware, in the best value review and indeed the annual audit report. So flowing from the action plan that will come from the recommendations in the best value review, there will be a team directed to deep dive into the issue of slippage and come up with sustainable solutions. As always, the main part of the report is in two parts. The general fund first in section 4.2. The table in the first paragraph there, 4.2.1, shows the overall position, but over the page, the table at the top of page 245 gives the movement since we last reported in October. And the biggest element, unsurprisingly, in that table is slippage, and the project's attribution for that slippage is set out in the table at 426 at the bottom of page 245. So you can see the projects, the sums, and a short narrative seeking to give a sense of what the issue was. Turning to capital in 4.4, section 4.4, that's showing a potential underspend of 12.8 million. And the main movement since the October report are captured in the bullets at para 4.4.2 at the top of page 247. As always, the report gives the linkage between, the very close linkage between Treasury and capital, the umbilical cord between the two, and inevitably, if you have slippage, i.e. your expenditure reduces, you don't need to borrow, at least not at this point, to finance it. So the expenditure will roll forward and the borrowing capacity to meet it when it eventually takes place will also roll forward. These, I think, convener, are the main parts of the report that I would look to bring out, and on that basis it takes us back to the recommendations at 2.1, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brian. As has been seen with the previous update reports recently, and despite our concerns around slippage and the protocols put in place to try and manage that, we have had additional pressures around the resources in order to take forward our capital programme, increased costs, availability of workforce, and all of the additional aspects, including our external suppliers and and contractors to be able to provide all of that. We've also had to reprioritise works directly related to the pandemic, which has meant that other things have had to be set aside. So it has been very challenging, I think, for our capital programme and indeed for the housing capital programme, and that will take some time to recover. But recognising that some of these issues may be with us for some time yet, I think that a more realistic view of around the capital programme is going to have to be taken, but that will be for our next part of it, the work around our budget round. But recognise we are where we are in relation to our capital programme right now, and the mitigating circumstances around that, all of which are very difficult to have an influence over and actually change right now just because of the current climate. We would hope that in another 3 to 6 months we might be in a better position, and in year we may be able to accelerate our capital programme as things start to recover. But that will remain to be seen, just because of the external factors that we aren't in control of and we're having to react to. So thanks very much, Brian, for the report, and I'm happy to move the recommendations as in section 2. Councillor Bowes?
Thank you, convener. I agree with just about everything you said there. One of the big problems is labour shortage, and I think that's not just, there was a labour shortage prior to the pandemic. Then we think Brexit happened and we lost a lot of European workers who were exceptionally good. So that's depleted the workforce again. We have got the problems of COVID, which we're all experiencing, and you notice in some of the parts of the slippage, some of it's been slipped because our own staff have been off and not been able to get things through the actual process to get them moving. I've got to say that the difficulty is at the moment is we have a massive labour shortage. We have prices going through the roof. I totally agree that we have to really look at what we're doing next year to plan, hopefully, what would be a realistic capital programme for next year. And I saw Brian nodding there. I must be almost right there, because it was. I think we've said in every one of these reports, you can expect this to go further. And to be honest, I would just wouldn't change that. And before it's finished, I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't actually even reach the 40 that's there. But that, in this terrible time that we've had, I would suggest is perfectly understandable, and I would not criticise officers in any way whatsoever for this. It's a set of circumstances we're dealing with, the pandemic, and whether you agree with Brexit or not, Brexit has had the effect of losing his labour. So you combine the two of them, and it becomes a bit of a bombshell for when you're actually trying to do capital works. If I haven't, I will second you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyce. I'll open it up for any questions or comments. Councillor Kerr?
Thanks, Convener. Just a comment, just to say that I understand what Gary's saying, yourself is saying, Convener, regarding the capital projects. It's something that we really need to look at this budget, to realign and reassess what can be achievable. And it's maybe that we prioritise things that are going to be achievable going forward. I'm not saying that we ditch anything. I'm just saying that we maybe need to look to prioritise programmes that will help our communities and that are achievable. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, James. If there are no other questions or comments, can we agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. And thank you for sticking with it today. It's been a long meeting, but we've got through a lot of items, and we will have the opportunity to do it all over again tomorrow at full council. But thanks very much, and you can go and get a cup of coffee now.